Welcome to the May 7th School Board meeting. This meeting is now in session. This meeting is being conducted by electronic communications using Microsoft Teams due to the COVID-19 pandemic emergency. I ask that you all stand in your homes or from wherever you may be watching as we recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated. We will begin tonight with the following announcements. On May 12th, there will be a meeting of the School Board Policy Subcommittee at 2 p.m. On May 13th, we will hold a preliminary work session on capital improvement planning at 5:30. Please note this is a new start time. We were going to start at 7, but we have moved it up a little bit earlier at 5:30, so we ask that you join us at 5:30 online. Both of these meetings will be conducted electronically, and links to join the meetings will be posted on our website and on board docs. I would also like to make the following organizational announcements. I want to provide an update on citizen comment. Currently, the board is not accepting public comments at meetings, but we are finalizing plans to allow public participation in the future. Until the new plan is in place, the following options are available to share your comments. You can call the school board office at 703-228-6015 and leave your comments on agenda items in a voicemail that will be shared with the board, and we ask that you please reference the agenda item and include your name. If you prefer to comment on agenda item in writing, please send an email to school.board@apsva.us. Please state in the subject line that your message is being submitted for public record of the specific agenda item, and this way it will be filed with the school board meeting records. And then we also started holding virtual open office hours on Monday evenings using Microsoft Teams, and I look forward to hosting the next session this coming Monday from 5 to 7 p.m. And the full schedule and information on how to participate in our open office hours is posted on our school board webpage. And I did want to just make a note that we did have Ms. Gant from AEA. She was here to give she had signed up for public comment for tonight, thinking that it was a public hearing, and that was Tuesday. So I know we called her on Tuesday for that public hearing, and I just wanted to share that if you also made the same mistake, please submit your public comments. I know that I've spoken to Ms. Gant, and she'll be submitting her public comments on the behalf of AEA to the school.board@apsva.us. So again, that's a great way to communicate with us while we are finalizing the ability to allow public comment virtually. I also wanted to share that the board is currently accepting applications for appointment to our advisory committees for the 2021 school year. I know that we have the BAC, FAC, ACI, we have ACIAC, we also have all of our ACI subcommittees, and ACTC and JFAC also are advisory committees in the aquatics committee. I don't know if all of them have vacancies this coming year, but the majority of them do, and we ask you to please check out these committees online. If you do a search for each committee, you will find their webpage. They're great committees to serve on. They do wonderful work for our school board. They provide us amazing advice. We really consider how they provide recommendations and thoughtfulness in all the work that we do. And I just want to take this opportunity to thank our advisory chairs and their committees. Even during the pandemic, they have been doing work to advise us, to provide guidance. Some of them are now able to meet electronically, and you'll hear a little bit about that later. So again, if you are interested in volunteering, even through the pandemic closure, there are ways to still provide your service and opinion and work and support the school board through these advisory committees, so please consider applying. Appointments are generally made in June or when vacancies occur, and we encourage interested community members to volunteer, as I've shared. And detailed information about each committee and the applications are available again on our website under the About Us tab on the APS homepage. Also, I would like to announce that May is Mental Health Month. And right now, during the pandemic, it is even more imperative that we support each other, even if it's through distance, through the internet, or with our families at home. The anxiety, the level of fear, the lack of social engagement that we are all experiencing has an effect on us. And we need to be able to talk about what we're feeling scared, feeling alone, feeling anxious, feeling depressed and not knowing why. That's normal. We're in a pandemic. We're in a crisis, and our country has to come together. We have to come together as a community to support each other. There's so many resources out there, and May is Mental Health Month, and I ask that each of you take a moment to think about how you are doing mentally, how your mental health is. And if you're not doing well, seek help. On our main page of our website, right now, you can find the mental health resources. It's in the scrolling tabs, and I think it's the fourth one. So just click on that fourth dot, and it will take you directly to our mental health resources. If your student is having trouble, there is a page that you can visit that will put you in direct contact with the mental health team at your student's school. Please be thoughtful about what we're all experiencing. We're here to support each other, and in order for us to recover from this crisis strong, we need to make sure that we're helping each other and we're staying healthy mentally to the best of our ability. And it's okay to seek help. We're human, and we're supposed to feel, and we should all be feeling right now because it's difficult. So I just wanted to remind everyone May is Mental Health Month, and for our staff, EAP is offering wonderful resources for Mental Health Month. Did I say it? May is Mental Health Month. Okay, I'm ready. So I want to turn it over to my colleagues to see if they have any announcements before we hear the interim superintendent's announcements. So I will start with my colleague, Monique O'Grady, who has also joined me here at the board office, and you can see we're practicing social distancing, so we are doing our job to stay safe.
Thank you, Madam Chair, 6 feet away. I have no announcements at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Goldstein, do you have any announcements you'd like to share this evening?
Hi.
Hello.
Here I am. Hello. I just want to acknowledge that, I'm sorry, I'm getting an echo here. I need to turn this off for a second. I just need to acknowledge that this is sorry, with technical difficulties. I need to acknowledge that this is Teacher Appreciation Week. And every year, every Teacher Appreciation Week, every week, we appreciate our teachers. But this week, this year, because of the circumstances we find ourselves in because of the COVID situation, it's not an overstatement to say that the teachers have been doing superhuman jobs. I suddenly pivoting to remote operations and continuing to deliver high quality instruction to their students, reaching out to the students, making sure that students and families are still connected. And I want to take a special moment to acknowledge this and to thank all of our teachers and our staff, because everybody has had to pivot in this, unprecedented and unusual manner to be able to do this. So let me say on behalf of myself, and I'm sure my colleagues, thank you. Thank you for the effort that you put in every day, and particularly in the last, what's it been, 8 weeks that we have been working under these unusual conditions. So again, thank you to all the teachers and the staff. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. We really appreciate your comments, and thank you again for acknowledging that it's Teacher Appreciation Week. We can't say thank you enough. We really can't. Dr. Kennedy, do you have any announcements?
No announcements. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Van Doren, do you have any announcements this evening?
Good evening. Just wanted to say hi, and I also want to reinforce Teacher Appreciation Week. I've been getting texts and emails from people who have been acknowledging the school system's promotion of the various teachers who've been recognized in their schools, and the messages I've gotten have reinforced people's adoration of our teachers. So I just wanted to say congratulations to all of them, and I have 2 more comments, but I'm going to wait till after we do our consent items.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Van Doren. And Ms. Van Doren, I know we have a long meeting tonight, so I ask that if for some reason I forget to open the floor to comments, that you just interrupt me, and I'll wait for that.
Give it a try.
Okay. Or I'll have Monique help me out tonight. Thank you, Ms. O'Grady. Okay, so We are now going to hear the interim superintendent's announcements and updates, and I just want to acknowledge that we have our whole executive leadership team joining us virtually, as well as our interim superintendent, Ms. Johnson. Usually during a board meeting, you can see them here, and I have to remember that virtually you can't always see who's on. So thank you to our executive leadership team for being on, and I'm going to now turn it over to Ms. Johnson for the interim superintendent announcements.
Yes, good evening, Madam Chair and school board members. I want to start with an acknowledgement of the tremendous work that the staff within APS continues to do, as it has been shared by the school board members. These are challenging times and people are really rising to the occasion. And I want to acknowledge that prior to starting the superintendent's updates, because that work is coming from all of the departments as well as each and every school. So with that, if I could have the presentation up, I will share superintendent's updates. So APS is celebrating Teacher Appreciation Week. And I want to start with this because teachers are the heart of our learning community. They are dedicated, caring, talented, and hardworking. I am honored to celebrate all the teachers across our school division. Teacher Appreciation Week gives us an opportunity to celebrate these amazing teachers. We started the week with a video from our ELT and administrators, and every school is celebrating in its own special way. We have seen honk parades by parents and students for teachers. We have seen fun video messages and heartfelt expressions of appreciation. We encourage staff and community members to share messages and videos using hashtag #ThankAPSTeachers. Our teachers are working hard at this time and are missing their students while learning to teach in a whole new format under the continuous learning plan. We are so proud of all that they are doing. This month, we continue to celebrate, and we're celebrating by highlighting our Teachers of the Year. Here are our honorees, some of them at each school. And since our last school board meeting, we have highlighted each individual shown on the slide across all our social media. So if you look at the slide from left to right, on the top row, you see Shirley Strickland, Tuckahoe Elementary School. Madha Purabi, Alice West Fleet Elementary School. Tara Colgan, Arlington Community High School. Caitlin Bennett, Jefferson Middle School. And on the bottom row from left to right, you see Nicole Barrett, Taylor Elementary School. Greg Cabana, Wakefield High School. Eric Sharikpik, Williamsburg Middle School, and Justin Springberg, Yorktown High School. I'd like to ask that our current acting assistant superintendent for administrative services, Dr. Jeanette Allen, along with our emergency manager, Zachary Pope, address and provide an update on COVID-19.
Thank you, Interim Superintendent Johnson. On March 16th, Arlington Public Schools, without missing a beat, implemented the USDA Food Distribution Plan using available programs to serve students in a safe, strategic, and sustainable way. Since the closure, we have opened a total of 7 sites, now serving 3 days a week, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., serving anyone aged 2 to 18. This change in distribution frequency went into effect on Monday based on input from the community and in order to make meal pickup more convenient for families and to limit exposure for families and staff. At this point in time, these 7 sites are within 1 mile of 90% of the free and reduced eligible students. As we continue to hear feedback from our families and we continue to adjust, to support our students. Under this new distribution model, I want to remind students and families there is no reduction in meals provided. Monday pickup includes meals for Monday and Tuesday. Wednesday pickup includes meals for Wednesday and Thursday, and Friday pickup includes meals for Friday. In terms of numbers, as of yesterday, more than 115,000 meals have been served, and over 2,000 volunteer hours have been committed by principals, assistant principals, social workers, executive leadership team members, and more to distribute these meals. I now pass it on to our emergency manager, Mr. Zach Pope.
Thank you, Dr. Allen, and thank you, Interim Superintendent Johnson and the school board. In the coming weeks, the Virginia Department of Education, in consultation and collaboration with the Virginia Department of Social Services, will be distributing additional pandemic funds through the Pandemic Electronic Bank Transfer, or PEBT, program to students and their families that are eligible for free and reduced lunch. Families who are currently on the SNAP or TANF programs will receive their funds electronically on their current program EBT cards, while the Virginia Department of Education is mailing new EBT cards for this pandemic directly to those families who are not current participants. Families will receive a maximum benefit of $370 per student, or $5.70 per student per meal. These additional funds being made available by the Department of Education will help address the comments we continue to hear from our families, the need for grocery assistance. To continue to operate our food distribution sites in a safe, strategic, and sustainable way, we're pleased to announce that starting Monday, May 11th, we'll be opening 2 new food distribution sites at Barcroft and Glebe Elementary. These sites will operate on our Monday, Wednesday, Friday from 11 to 1 model. Glebe Elementary will open now through June 30th, and this is depending on how the USDA continues to advise us how to operate food distribution sites. Prior to the COVID-19 closure, Arlington Public Schools operated summer open feeding sites at 5 locations that were co-located with summer schools using similar USDA programs. As we near the end of the school calendar, I want to reassure our students and our families that we are committed to working with the state and the USDA to continue food service using a USDA program that is available to us during summer. We're unsure what those guidelines may be in place over the summer, but as we receive more information, we'll be able to firm up our plans and communicate to our students and families what that will look like. We want to continue to thank our school, parent-teacher associations, community partners, nonprofit organizations, and private businesses who are supporting families through meal distribution and food drives. Restaurants continue to provide community support are listed on our website in the COVID-19 section. Thank you.
Thank you both. And I think I'm very proud of the efforts and the work that has gone into this meal distribution plan as we continue to ensure the safety to the best of our ability of our staff, while we're also able to sustain what we've done and respond to the needs that we hear within our community. So thank you all who have helped throughout this process. So I would now like to have our Assistant Superintendent for the Department of Teaching and Learning provide a brief update on planning underway by our leadership team and staff. And this is in preparation for the end of the school year as well as our summer plan. Ms. Law?
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. In terms of closing the 2019-2020 school year, I want to first acknowledge that we are ending the school year in a new reality. We're faced with new circumstances and new student needs compared to where we started the year. So it's vital that we set our teachers and staff, and in turn our students, up for success as we prepare for summer school and the re-entry to school in the fall. After assessing all of our options, we are recommending a calendar change to end instruction on June 12th. as this is this is 5 days earlier than the original last day for elementary and middle school, and 3 days earlier for high school. Our seniors would still conclude on June 5th as planned. So adjusting the final day of instruction to June 12th positions us to engage our teachers and staff in professional learning without interrupting the rhythm and routines in place through the continuous learning plans. During the week of June 15th, professional learning and planning will include reevaluating and redesigning the return to physical school with a focus on additional mental health and social emotional support for our students and help for them to readjust to the schedule and structure and routines. It also includes understanding and adopting best practices related to distance learning to ensure consistency across staff and schools and help our teachers implement best practices for instruction. It includes preparing to teach essential fourth quarter content and adjusting the pacing of the rest of the school year, and planning for the possible expansion of continuous learning and online coursework should schools not be able to reopen in September. On this slide, you see key dates with revised calendar. More details will be provided regarding end of year, including picking up belongings from school and the broadcast schedule for our high school virtual graduations later this month once the end of the year plan is solidified. On the next slide, you'll see information about our summer school planning. We are committed to offering summer school for students who need it most, either in person or online, depending on state guidance for the reopening of school. Right now, we are diligently planning for both possibilities and hope to reopen summer school, even if students are spaced 6 feet apart. If that's not possible to open safely, we will be prepared to conduct summer school online. There are 3 plans being considered. 2 of the 3 plans, plans A and B on the slide, would allow for in-person summer school to begin in August if school can reopen safely at that time based on state health guidance and social distancing requirements. Under the 3rd plan, Plan C, summer school would begin virtually in July if stay-at-home orders persist and school buildings cannot reopen. At the elementary level, summer school would be for students who meet certain criteria previously identified before the school closure. And that would be that our students who were 1 year below grade level in reading and math and or had reading goals on their IEPs. Our eligible pre-K students would have been 1 year below grade level academically and on social emotional goals. At the secondary level, the eligible students would be students who had earned a D or an E as a final grade in any class, and those students who had documented reasons for not being able to access Canvas in April, May, or June. There is no cost for students who need to take summer school, but there will be a cost for students who take new work for credit. A final decision on summer school will be made in early July based on guidance from state officials and the best available information at that time. On the next slide, I'd like to talk with you about the fact that we've updated our website with easier to access contacts and support in one centralized location on the homepage. For instructional help, the first stop is your child's teacher. If you cannot reach your teacher or need additional help, contact your school's principal. For social emotional support, contact your school counselor. For technical help, your instructional technology coordinator. We have also now provided our bilingual family liaisons with cell phones so they can be a resource for families who need language support or other services. And those contacts are also provided on the page, and we'll share this with families via multiple channels so they can easily get the support that they need. We are all in this together. At this point, I'm going to ask Assistant Superintendent for Information Services, Raj Adusumili, to share with us information about connectivity.
Thank you, Ms. Loft. Good evening, everybody. Just in the same realm like we did last time, I want to continue providing you information about the IT services. As you can see, the number of devices that we've been monitoring online has been consistent to our last report, which is again about 90% of the devices have been online in the last week, and the 95% have been active in the last 2 weeks. We kind of continue to monitor that. And the regular, on a daily basis, the total number of distinct users that seem to be accessing our services remotely is around 24,000 to 25,000. That's the range that we've been actually monitoring them. As we said previously, staff continue to use Teams for collaboration, kind of businesses as well. We're actually seeing about 58,000 hours, kind of staff hours that have actually been spent in these kind of team video conferences. But this week, I want to actually add a new metric, which is the number of students that have been able to collaborate with teachers in terms of virtual meetings, live conferences. That number we've actually monitored. About 5,832 students have actually come through using about 13,706 hours of kind of virtual meeting hours. But I want to quickly point out that we still have more than this number of students that are actually participating and more hours that they're actually spending. Some of them are actually joining as anonymous, and we are working with the staff to kind of move them into the right procedures of actually logging in and then being able to join the classes by authenticating themselves so that we can actually track them at the same time also protect them. Moving forward, I also want to highlight we are expanding on the usage of the shared devices that we actually have in schools. Thanks to the elementary ITCs and 3 staff members from each of the elementary school, we've been able to collect all of the K-2 shared devices that are in schools. We kind of brought them to the central, to SciFax, and our team is actually spread out on the 4th floor, maintaining social distancing. Thanks to Mr. Zach Pope, we've been able to get nice workspace allocated to be aligned with the social distancing, but have been working on resetting these devices and putting them back in the hands of students. We've already taken care of the subset of the pre-K to 2 special needs students that need a device. We have actually took care of them last week. We are this week focusing on actually addressing the K to 2 English language learner students, and then we will actually be expanding it to the grade 2 students. To date, we've actually kind of distributed 866 MiFis. That actually counts to every single request we've been aware of, and these requests continue to come through the process, and we're addressing them. Want to go to the next slide. Want to also talk about a few additional things we have been doing on the business side. Obviously, we've talked about this last time, kind of trying to provide specific services to businesses for HR and finance functions to operate. One thing that I want to highlight with kind of services, we've actually expanded on the communication platforms. The Microsoft Teams platform that we've been able to use previously for conferencing, we've heard from staff that they would like to have telephony option as well, because they would like to have interpreters or language interpreters particularly join in and help out with families and in some cases students. So we've actually worked with Microsoft and actually turned on the audio conferencing feature that will allow for us to be able to expand the usage of that one. Ms. Loft already talked about the cell phones that are available for the bilingual liaisons and also the registrars that are helping out with the online registrations. We're continuing to provide them those services. One final thing I want to mention, like Ms. Loft already talked about it, there are multiple ways that staff can actually be reached. I think Ms. Loft, the website that actually highlighted talks about it. But irrespective of where these requests come from, either they actually can directly reach out to bilingual liaisons or the ITCs or to the principals, we're making sure that all of those requests go through the same process so that we are tracking them, and we're making sure that there's a follow-up and there's actually a delivery of services to the best of our capabilities at this point of time. Just want to give you a snapshot. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Loft, and thank you, Mr. Adusumili. And I also want to extend an appreciation to the staff that has worked with you through this process. So I'd like to see the next slide come up, and it speaks to the 2019-20 School Board Action Plan. These are the goals that have been identified by the school board, and we have really continued to do the work around these priorities. So I want to provide an update in operational planning based on this year's School Board Action Plan. Next slide. On Tuesday, the school board held the final work session and public hearing on the fiscal year 2021 budget. This process has included revisions to the schedule and the proposed budget itself, and opportunities for stakeholders to provide input throughout the development of this budget. Thank you to all who contributed to this process. For those of you who want to learn more about the budget and how it was developed, there is more information available online. Tonight, the school board will take action to adopt the APS fiscal year 2021 budget. At the last school board meeting, I shared the revised schedule for completing the fiscal year 2021 through 30 Capital Improvement Plan, CIP. Tonight, Mr. Chadwick and his team will provide an update on the status of capital projects that are currently under construction or in some stage of the planning for future construction projects. At the May 13th work session, staff will lay out considerations and options for the fiscal year 2021 through 30 Capital Improvement Plan. That does a number of things: prepare for the continued growth, maintain our fiscal health, and potentially create additional financial flexibility by adjusting the timing of some capital projects where possible, drawing down some budget reserves, and postponing new initiatives. Staff has been moving forward on the elementary school planning work for the 2021-22 school year, and we are now beginning the process of reviewing data with the community that will be used in the fall 2020 boundary process. We have begun sharing the data with the representatives of advisory groups, and we will have a new Engage page with this information available starting next Monday, May the 11th. Community members can share their input using an online input form that will be open through June the 5th. We know that community members know their neighborhoods, and we are looking forward to hearing from families in case any changes are needed before staff finalizes the data. I want to highlight that doing the data review with the community early in the boundary process is new. We made this change in response to input in previous boundary processes. This will allow extra time for any necessary revisions to the data before staff begins to work with the instructional leaders in the summer and then starts to develop boundary proposals in the fall. In addition, we have a cross-departmental team that has begun its internal planning work to support schools in preparation for transitions in the 2021-22 school year. A new Engage page will be developed to share information with the community about the ongoing planning for school moves. So last Friday, we posted 2 draft policies on the Engage page listed here. One is the revised printed material policy, and the other is the new media policy. These 2 draft policies will be available for stakeholder review and input for 30 days. Staff will review comments and suggestions during this period before finalizing draft policies to present to the school board. And I want to conclude by once again highlighting the many bright spots and examples of caring and supporting students in our school community. Times like these remind us just how wonderful our staff and teachers are. And we are truly a community of learners. We have been impressed by the many ways families and staff are coming together and finding creative ways to support families who need it most, to make learning fun, and to lift the spirits of our students. If you look at this slide, a Williamsburg Middle School student tweeted a touching simple message of appreciation for teachers and staff through a video on Twitter. There is no greater gift than hearing directly from our students and seeing their faces. Thank you. At the top, there is a large stack of boxes. These boxes represent 800 learning packets for K through second grade that were mailed directly to families. Thanks to DTL for making learning resources available. Washington Liberty, Wakefield, and the Career Center's Program for Employment Preparedness, PEP, placed Class of 2020 signs outside the homes of their seniors over the last couple of weeks. Yorktown is going to be doing the same closer to the end of the year, so that you have an opportunity to acknowledge, celebrate, and share in the joy of our seniors this year. And like many school productions across the country, Jefferson Middle School's production of Annie Jr. was canceled due to COVID-19. Drama teacher Devon Riley got the cast of Annie Jr. together, and with a little help, was able to record a few of the show's songs. You can watch the video on our social media channel. And to celebrate their teachers, a group of Ashlawn Elementary School first graders paraded by the house of their teacher, Miss Hemstreet, earlier this week. We know there are and will continue to be many parades and acknowledgements of our teachers as we continue. And last Friday, we celebrated schools Lunch Hero Day and thanked the many food service employees who have been prepping meals for families during this closure under the leadership of Amy McCloskey. And to date, as you heard earlier, we have served more than 115,000 meals to our families. Again, thank you to all the staff and the community members who have helped us with the work that we have been doing during this COVID period. And with that, Madam Chair, I am ready for any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson, for the update and for the wonderful amount of information. I did want to, what's fascinating about being virtual is that you can talk to each other differently than just eye contact. So I understand that we just need to clarify that the Engage page for the Boundary Planning Unit Refinement Engage page will go live on May 12th. So it's not live yet. We wanted to let community know that that is coming up and will go live on May 12th. So with that announcement, I will open the floor to my colleagues for any questions or comments. Mr. Goldstein, I'll start with you. Do you have any questions or comments for Ms. Johnson and her staff on the presentation this evening?
I do not at this point. Excuse me, I do not at this point. Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. Appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Dr. Cannonen?
Just one question about the schedule. I think Ms. Loft shared that a decision will be made in early July regarding summer school, the format of summer school. Do you have any sense when we might be able to share with parents about a decision about the beginning of the school year?
Dr. Cannon, if I can add a correction, I misspoke. I should have said early June we'll make the decision about summer school. So I think I was, thinking too far into the summer. And then your question about how we'll begin the school, and I'm assuming you mean via social distancing or via continuation of online learning. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes. So parents who are kind of getting started wondering how the school year is going to look, when do you expect to be able to inform them?
So we're really taking our cues from state officials. And I know that the governor had a press conference earlier this week, but then even in the press conference, there was a lot of let's wait and see. So once we get information from state officials about decisions related to social distancing and opening up schools, we'll be able to make that decision definitively. In the meantime, we're doing a whole lot of contingency planning, much like what we were doing for summer school.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kennedy. Ms. Van Doren?
Thank you. I wanted to, I don't really have any questions. I just wanted to thank you very, very much. That was such an excellent update. We've gotten so many questions about who to contact about what, and you clearly have answered that question and continue to evolve that. It's excellent. Thank you. And you gave a lot of answers about summer school, as much as we have now. Thank you for that, because these are the questions the board keeps getting. So I really, really appreciate that, Ms. Loft, and I know that you're giving us as much as you can. And I'm watching Mr. Utsamili, the information about the contacting with the devices and how much they're in use and your evolution. All of you are showing the evolution of our system in this time. And while I think we'd all like to have been up and running perfectly on the first day, that was not possible. But I'm watching this evolution and I'm just applauding it and supporting it and encouraging it. And I just wanted to make that point because it's an exciting time. It's hard, but it's exciting. And I see a lot of evolution here. So that's impressive, really impressive. So thank you. I just really wanted to say thank you. And I just know the community may be pushing and prodding, but I think it's also with a great deal of support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Van Doren. Ms. O'Grady?
Thank you so much. I was really intrigued by the information that was shared tonight by Ms. Johnson, and I have a question or two about two different areas. The first one is around the audio conferencing option that's now going to be added to our capabilities. And I just wanted to understand, does that mean if a student's having trouble connecting over Wi-Fi that they can participate in Microsoft Teams meetings through the phone?
Yes, ma'am. I think if we actually have that functionality, that is basically what happens. The functionality is that when you create a Microsoft Team meeting, previously you would just see the web link. Now, if they're provided the rights, they would also see the phone number that they can actually call. So we're trying to go in phases to say who would be the first phase of people we've heard was with people who needed translators. So we're going to go ahead and roll this out to them and kind of expand this as we go.
Thank you so much. And the other thing I just want to say is I'm so appreciative because the last time we spoke at a board meeting, we talked about the importance of getting our hands on the technology that was locked in the classrooms and that students couldn't use. And so I'm so happy to hear that we figured out a way to move that technology out of the classrooms and into students' hands who can benefit from it and pushing it down to students who need it, whether or not they have an IEP or if they're younger and they did not have access to a one-to-one device. I think that that's really important because as we continue to evolve and look at the different options we may have to undertake in the future, it's great to be able to have these devices for current learning and for future learning. So I want to thank the staff for working so hard to get those pieces of technology out to our students who need it. So thank you for that. That's it on the technology. And then regarding the meal sites, I just wanted to say, I know that this is an area of concern for many of our community members, and I know that they are, many of them, our PTAs are going above and beyond to try to help ensure that our families have food. And I am beyond happy to understand that the state is giving our families the opportunity to get financial support so they can get the food that their students love. And I believe that giving them money will help them be able to stretch the food resource in their household for their students. And so I think this is a huge advancement. And I'm also happy about the expansion of meal sites. And I wanted to ask Ms. Johnson, how do we think that that's going to help us reach more students? Do we have any idea of the percentage of increase we may be seeing or the impact adding 2 new sites might have in reaching the students who are in need? And
So
I'm sorry, and then how those sites were
Head
chosen.
over to Dr. Allen and Zach Pope.
So I'll jump in, and I want to first thank Lisa Stingle and her team for constantly reviewing the data that we get as it relates to our free and reduced eligibility as we put that all into the mix based on community feedback and comments. And so we hope that with these 2 new sites, based on some mapping that's been able to be done, that we'll be able to reach that kind of last 10% ish that we mentioned in the presentation, that within 1 mile of any of the feeding sites. So that last remaining portion, we hope that with these 2 feeding sites, any of the barriers for walkability along Columbia Pike in the Barcroft area, and including the addition of Glebe, would be able to serve those folks.
Okay, thank you. And I'll keep my ear to the ground to hear if there are any other additional concerns from the community. But I do want to thank our leadership, for moving forward and helping to expand that. As I know, this is a very important aspect. If students are hungry, it's hard for them to learn. And I think there are lots of new pronged approaches to helping ensure that our kids have food security. So thank you for that. And I would the last thing I would like to say is, let's keep an eye on the percentage of students that we're helping to support, if we can keep track of that, so that we will understand, what percentage of students we're able to reach. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Grady. I did have a question regarding the summer school portion of the presentation. And so I was going to, I just want some clarification. Ms. Loft, could you go over again what students will be eligible at the elementary level for summer school if we are able to move forward with any of our plans, of the 3 plans that you laid out?
Sure. So the students who are currently eligible for summer school at the elementary level were students who were at least a grade level below in reading and math before schools closed, and students who had reading goals on their IEPs. So that group in and of itself is about 2,000 students. That encompasses general education, special education, and our English learner students.
Excellent. I was going to ask about the English learner students, and I didn't catch it on the first round, so that I just wanted to make sure that we were supporting all the students that we are learning about and reading about just nationwide that are really finding the most challenges during this time. And then, of course, our students who need the support, as we had always planned, who are a year behind. So thank you for that clarification. I also wanted to thank staff for expanding the food distribution sites. It is so great that we are able to, it's so great that we are able to expand. And one of the things that I think, we hear a lot of things in the community, and one of the things that I think sometimes isn't messaged as well as it should be is the wonderful work that our staff has been doing. We started with 3 sites. 2 weeks later, we went to 5 sites. 2 weeks shortly after that, we went to 7 sites, and now we're going to 9. And when you read about the national news, many systems moved forward very quickly and had to then scale back their food distribution operations for safety reasons, for reasons where it wasn't working out well. And we've been able to solidly increase our food distribution sites for our families in a way that are sustainable, that are maintaining our staff and our families and students safe. I know that it's sometimes frustrating when we are talking about helping our families get food. But I just want to thank you all for your work and ensuring that we're able to do it in a way that maintains the safety. It's very exciting to hear that this may actually provide a food distribution site within a mile of every single person who may need it. And I know, Ms. Johnson, that all of the feedback at every board meeting since we have gone through this closure, you all have heard and listened, assessed, and figured out how to move forward with fidelity and with a strong system that supports the kind of requests that you're getting. And sometimes you may not follow through with specific requests, but we see, as I think one of my colleagues said, it might have been Ms. Sandoran, the evolution. And I just want to commend you all for that. And with the internet access, I really am speechless with the efforts that we're making. When you read what's happening nationwide with many school systems, we truly are blessed here in Arlington, even with the difficult budget we have tonight and with the difficult cuts that we're going to be making. The fact that we can provide this type of access for our students, that we can support our students in this way during this unprecedented crisis is really phenomenal, and I just wanted to provide a special thank you to you and your team for that. So I don't think there are any more comments or questions. Any closing comments for you, Ms. Johnson? Are we good?
No, just a tremendous support. Thank you for the support. So thank you
Okay.
very much.
Thank you. So we are now moving to the next agenda item, and it is a special action item that we added to our agenda this evening. We are very excited about this, and we sent out a school talk at 4 p.m. to share with the community that we were adding the agenda item tonight. So we are going to be appointing our new superintendent of Arlington Public Schools. After a thorough search, the board has come to an agreement, and we are ready to act on the appointment of a superintendent for Arlington Public Schools. So I'm going to make the motion for this big decision. It's very exciting. I move that the school board appoint Dr. Francisco Duran as superintendent of Arlington Public Schools effective June 1st, 2020, and enter into a written agreement with Dr. Duran to serve as superintendent of the Arlington Public Schools for the period of July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2024. And I further move that the school board enter into a temporary one-month agreement with Dr. Duran to serve as superintendent of Arlington Public Schools beginning on June 1st, 2020 and ending on June 30th, 2020 in order to facilitate a smooth and effective transition to the leadership of APS with the support and collaboration from Interim Superintendent Cynthia Johnson. Colleagues, may I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Elliott, would you please take roll call?
Yes, ma'am. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, say no. Mr. Goldstein?
Aye.
Dr. Cannonen?
Aye.
Ms. O'Grady?
Aye.
Ms. Talento?
Aye.
Ms. Van Doren?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
This is so exciting. This is so exciting. We're going to formalize this process by ratifying, we have ratified the agreement with our motion, but we are now going to officially sign the agreement. And as chair, I get the honors. Thank you, Dr. Duran. I would now like to take this opportunity to open the floor to my colleagues' remarks about this momentum and very special occasion for our school system. I'm going to start with Mr. Goldstein. Mr. Goldstein.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. So welcome, Dr. Duran. I am delighted and excited to welcome you as our new superintendent. I'm convinced, as are my colleagues, that you have the skills and the background to lead Arlington Public Schools through the current period of uncertainty due to the COVID pandemic, but also into our medium and long-term future as we adapt to accommodate the ever-changing landscape and pressures on public education in the 21st century. So welcome. At the same time, I want to convey my deep gratitude to Cynthia Johnson. My journey in Arlington Public Schools started more than 25 years ago when I walked into Randolph Elementary for a tour before enrolling my daughter and met my first APS employee ever, Cynthia Johnson. We were so fortunate to have Cynthia steer the APS ship during the year that we searched for a permanent superintendent. No one knew at the time that this year would become the most challenging one in APS history. But Cynthia brought a depth to the position, born of 38 years as a teacher, principal, and administrator. Her skills, experience, and connection with staff members has enabled Arlington Public Schools to maintain our mission while providing for our students during this unprecedented environment. And I cannot thank her and her staff enough for focus, steadiness, and innovation when we needed it the most. And I also want to thank our chair, Tanya Talento, for the superhuman job she did as the school board's point person on the search to organize the planning, scheduling, the meetings, interviews, the communications, and the legal arrangements to move this along as smoothly as possible, while, by the way, doing all the rest of the chair's job. So I also want to thank the members of the executive leadership team who did extra duty this year to bring about this hugely important result. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein, for your remarks. Really, thank you. Dr. Cannon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a tremendously exciting night for APS. I want to start by welcoming Dr. Duran. I wish we could have had a more personal rollout together with you, but please know that we are on the board are excited about your leadership and are thrilled to start working with you. Ms. Talento, thank you for your leadership and for spearheading us through this process with such grace and grit. Every step of the way, you kept us on task, even through this pandemic. Board colleagues, thank you. This was a long, collaborative process, but we truly operated as a team. And thanks especially to our staff, our board clerk, our finance team, our attorney, for all your great work. Ms. Johnson, thank you for stepping up to serve when we needed you. You were the right person to take on the interim role. Your knowledge and passion for APS are unmatched, and I don't think we can say thank you enough for being here for us this year. Tonight starts a new era for APS. Dr. Duran is a strong instructional leader who will always keep our focus on our students. He will build a culture of trust and respect across our system, and he will move us forward on our vision to be an inclusive community that empowers all students to foster their dreams, explore possibilities, and create their futures. I'm thrilled to welcome you to APS, Dr. Duran, and I look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Dr. Cannon. Ms. Van Doren.
Good evening. Welcome, Dr. Duran. I'm very pleased that Dr. Duran will serve as Arlington Public Schools' next superintendent. The school board had an exceptional pool of 39 candidates from across the country. And I actually expand that by one more to 40 because in all of the resumes that I read and people that we interviewed, there was another person I was looking at as a person who we needed to consider, and that was Cynthia Johnson. While she early on said that she would not be seeking that job, she was always in the back of my mind as, is the person her equal? and now we have a new superintendent. Many of the people who we looked at would have made superb superintendents, but given their leadership profile and our current needs, Dr. Duran is the absolute best fit for our schools at this time. I'm excited to welcome Dr. Duran and look forward to his start on June 1st. My greatest compliments also go to Ms. Johnson for leading as interim superintendent during these extraordinary times. I am confident that with Ms. Johnson here, we will have a smooth transition to Dr. Duran's leadership. Despite our current difficult challenges, I see a bright future ahead for Arlington Public Schools with Dr. Duran at the helm. Welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Van Doren. Ms. O'Grady.
Thank you, Chair Talento. First, I'd like to thank Cynthia Johnson for leading our school system. When we asked you to become our interim superintendent for the 2019-2020 school year, we had no idea that we would experience the unprecedented times that we are now dealing with. You have led us thoughtfully and with compassion. I thank you for your service and for choosing to help us through this transition. As Arlington Public Schools prepares to enter a new chapter, we welcome Dr. Francisco Duran. Dr. Duran is an experienced superintendent, an educational and equity leader here in Virginia, a listener, and a communicator. Dr. Duran has led under budget constraints, refined practices to increase educational excellence, worked with the Virginia Board of Education on emerging policies, and developed practices to advance equity. I believe he will help us weather our current challenges and maximize future opportunities to benefit our students, staff, and our community. As we move forward during uncertain times, it is helpful to have his proven leadership, an academic leader who integrates equity, and a person with a track record of collaborating with government and educational leaders in the Commonwealth. I look forward to working with Dr. Duran as we continue to steer the system through uncharted waters. The forecast calls for stormy financial times ahead and an unstable health environment that will require us to consider multiple options for educating our students in the upcoming weeks and months. Our current staff is working on a variety of plans, and adding Dr. Duran to those discussions will make the team even stronger. I think we have chosen the right leader for these times, and I look forward to our student, staff, and community getting to know Dr. Duran and welcoming him to Arlington Public Schools. I would be remiss if I did not thank one other person tonight, and that's our chair, Tanya Talento. Some thought that while we were working through the constantly evolving challenges during this pandemic, we would not be able to stay on track with a national search to find a new leader for Arlington Public Schools. But as she does with every challenge, Tanya Talento did her homework, led with intention, and dotted every I and crossed each T to help us lead the search to find a leader that we all feel will successfully move our system forward, even at a time when so many things seem backwards. I thank her for her leadership. It was instrumental in getting us here where we are today. And I also like to send my thank you to our school board staff who helped support us during this process, and members of the executive leadership team who have filled in many roles that maybe they weren't originally meant to do to help us through this transitional period. I welcome you, Dr. Duran, and I look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Grady. I'm sad to say that I did not get a moment to prepare remarks, so you're going to hear from my heart. I did get a chance to send a message to staff, and that was heartfelt, so I will read a little bit from that. But I do want to start with saying that this has been a year-long process. And I have to thank my board for trusting me and giving me the opportunity to do this work. When I found out in August, or actually June, but it didn't really hit me till August, that I would be chair during a superintendent search, a budget, and a CIP, I had to make a very difficult decision. And I chose not to seek re-election. And I will tell you that it's the best decision I made, because I dedicated my heart and soul to the work of chair this year. I put everything I had to deliver this decision tonight, to make sure that our budget process was strong, because I knew that we were going to be in a deficit. Could not have imagined it would be what it is. And I knew that a CIP was coming. But this was the most important thing. This was the most important thing for our system and for our board. And in order to get the best, you have to do the best. And I think that our board, as a team, did the best we could do to find the best person for this job. And I believe that Dr. Duran is exactly that person. Dr. Duran is exactly the seasoned superintendent we need right now to lead our school division through this pandemic, through this crisis, to advance our work, to support educational and personal success for all of our students. He perfectly fit our community leadership profile. He has clearly demonstrated a strong ability to foster a positive culture of collaboration and trust. He has a proven track record in serving all students in a majority minority school systems, like Arlington. And it doesn't hurt us one bit that he has led systems under budget constraints. That's a great value for us during these times. We could not have done this work without our community. On behalf of the board, I really want to take a moment to thank all of you, our community, our students and staff, for the engagement in the search process. So many of you participated in focus groups, the survey, and the community forums held in January. Thank goodness we were not in a pandemic then, to provide the feedback on the kind of leader that you want for APS and the qualities that you value the most. And our school board took that to heart. And we are extremely excited about this selection of Dr. Duran as our superintendent and for the possibilities of our future, even during these difficult times. I can't thank you all enough for constantly pushing us and asking us and driving our board to listen and to then also represent you in the work that we do. I really believe that the selection we made tonight in appointing Dr. Duran as our next superintendent is the best that we could do at this time of crisis and hardship for our communities, our family, and our system. And I just want to welcome you, Dr. Duran. Thank you for accepting. Thank you for jumping on this train and riding forward with us. And last but not least, I could not have imagined taking on this year knowing that I would have a new superintendent at the helm without it being Ms. Cynthia Johnson. It has been an extraordinary year, I will say, for the both of us. I'm sure that she did not expect to be interim superintendent during a pandemic. But I have to thank our staff, and I have to thank her and our executive leadership team for all the work that we have accomplished together this remarkable year of change, instability, and historic unprecedented times. I want to acknowledge the hard work, dedication, and the many acts of kindness carried out daily by all of our APS staff, from our custodians, teacher assistants, cafeteria workers, support staff, teachers, to our principals, central office staff, leadership teams, and our interim superintendent, especially in this time of crisis. And I say that now because that is what kept us together and what allowed our board to really focus on the work at hand. If it wasn't for our staff and the way that our community has come together, I don't know how our board would have been able to focus on such an important decision while doing the regular day-to-day work of the board. So I have to thank you for that. I have to thank Ms. Johnson and her staff for their hard work and dedication in supporting each other, our students, and the community during this time of change, and especially for supporting my chairwomanship and my board as we focused on this process and focused on leading our school work this year. We are truly in this together, and it's exciting to welcome another extraordinary player into our work. It has been an extraordinary year, and I expected that it will continue to be extraordinary. So I will end with saying, thank you, Ms. Johnson, for your leadership. I look forward to us finishing out the month of May, and I look forward to working with you and Dr. Duran to transition us for the month of June so that on July 1st for the new year, we are ready to fully launch. I want to thank each one of my colleagues. I know I was a little, what would we say? Strict, pretty detailed about what I needed y'all to do. But I will say you all delivered, and I think we landed in an amazing place. And I could not have led us through this without each of you being part of every single step. And so I just want to say thank you, and thank you for acknowledging my leadership and trusting me to do the work of getting us to make these difficult decisions. We did have an amazing and excellent and extraordinary pool. It was impressive. We really got the best of the best, and it's been an exciting time to land here. So thank you to the community, thank you to ELT and Ms. Johnson, to all of our staff, and welcome Dr. Duran. The board looks forward to our future together and to the great things to come, even in the midst of hardship. And so with that, I will ask Ms. Johnson if she has any words she would like to share. Ms. Johnson.
Yes, I'm here. So I would first like to extend my appreciation to our school board chair, Tanya Talento, and all of our school board members who I felt from the very beginning, and it continued all the way through, were supportive in helping me to be as successful as I could possibly be. So I am very grateful for having the opportunity to serve, and it has been an honor, and it will continue to be. I know without a doubt that the successes that one experiences is truly as a result of the people that you are surrounded by. So without a doubt, when we think about the APS staff, there is such excellence here, and I'm excited for Dr. Duran to come and work with these phenomenal people in APS. And I want to welcome you, Dr. Duran. I want to let you know that, as we've heard repeatedly, it is a partnership. We are in it together. There are phenomenal people within the school system, and we are eager to partner up with you as our new leader in advancing the work for APS on behalf of all of our students who very much deserve the very best. So welcome, and know that we will work together as we move forward in APS. Again, a tremendous thank you to the school board, APS staff, and to the community at large. Also, from me to you, for the support throughout the year.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I would now like to welcome Dr. Duran and open the floor to allow him to make remarks. Dr. Duran. Apologize, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Talento, Vice Chair O'Grady, and all members of the school board. I look forward to working with all of you. It is truly an honor to be selected for this very important position at this critical time in the evolution of education. We're facing new challenges and many uncertainties, but despite that, I have full confidence that we will work together to manage a challenging budget and really make sure that we're meeting the instructional and social-emotional needs of every student. I'm very excited to join Arlington Public Schools and optimistic about our possibilities to make a difference, to address gaps, and to expand opportunities for all of our students. Arlington is an outstanding school division in a vibrant community that values public education. The strong national reputation of APS is a testament to its engaged and supportive parents, a diverse community of learners, excellent high-quality teachers, and outstanding leaders, strong academic programs, and an emphasis on student well-being and mental health. And it's for all of those reasons that I decided to start this journey toward being your superintendent. I began my career as an educational assistant in a twice exceptional special education classroom, and I've been fortunate for the past 26 years to work at every level in education, from teacher, principal, central office administrator, and superintendent, all in culturally diverse urban systems with similar challenges and needs. And as superintendent, I always made it my priority to engage the community of my district as we work through difficult challenges like school moves and budget challenges. But as I often reflect on my years as a teacher, I'm reminded that our work is grounded in what happens in the classroom, and it is my commitment to provide our teachers with the tools that they need to inspire learning. Teachers are tasked with doing more than ever before, and they need to be paid what they're worth, but most importantly, they need our support through professional development, proper resources, and recognition for their achievements. All of our students need to be college and career ready, and it is my goal, working with all of you, to support students by closing access, opportunity, and achievement gaps. The way that we will do that is we must come together and commit collectively to sustain and improve the level of academic excellence for students in APS through an equity and inclusion lens. My commitment is also to establish a culture of leadership by listening and always bringing people together. I'm looking forward very much to meeting Arlington County leaders, staff, students, and parents. Even though we're in the current social distancing and won't be able to meet you in person anytime soon, I look forward in June to hosting online community chats where you can learn more about me, and most importantly, I can learn more about you. More details on that will be coming soon. I know this is a community, like so many, that are faced with many challenges: boundary planning, school moves, difficult budget conversations, and rapid growth. But we will come together to break down those barriers to help our students succeed. We have a significant opportunity to improve the outcomes for students and families and help them through these troubling times. Together, we can make that difference. I was influenced to become an educator as a result of a teacher who impacted me and changed my life, nurtured talents in me I didn't know I had, and inspired to challenge me to do greater things. And so tonight I would like to honor Ms. Navarro, my 7th grade language arts teacher, and thank her for putting me on this path. But it's very fitting, as we opened up this meeting, that it's Teacher Appreciation Week. So I would also like to honor and thank all of the Ms. Navarros and all the teachers out there who are doing what Ms. Navarro did for me, for their students, even in these difficult times. Thank you, thank you, thank you to all of our teachers. In closing, I would also like to thank Interim Superintendent Cynthia Johnson for her outstanding leadership during this past year, and I look forward to working closely with you during our transition. As educators, we're all learning and striving to do our very best as we adapt to a changing educational landscape. This is going to require vision, dedication, careful planning, and ingenuity. Fortunately, from what I've been watching tonight and from what I know about Arlington, our leaders and our teachers possess those qualities and skills, and so I look forward to our collaboration. Working together, we will open doors of opportunity for students. Working together, we will navigate through this crisis, and we will come out at the end a united community supporting all. Before I conclude my remarks, Chair Talento, I would also like to give a few in Spanish. Estoy emocionado de unirme a las escuelas públicas de Arlington y me siento optimista sobre las posibilidades de hacer una diferencia, abordar las brechas y ampliar las oportunidades para todos los estudiantes. Arlington es una división excepcional en una comunidad que es vibrante y que valora la educación pública. La sólida reputación nacional de Arlington es un testimonio de sus padres, de los estudiantes, excelentes maestros y líderes de alta calidad, programas académicos fuertes y un énfasis en los estudiantes y la salud mental. Por eso decidí comenzar este viaje a ser su superintendente. Mi compromiso es establecer una cultura de liderazgo escuchando y siempre uniendo a las personas. Voy a organizar una serie de chats en la comunidad en línea y eventos de ayuntamiento en junio para presentarme y escuchar de usted. Pronto se compartirán más detalles. Como el primero en mi familia en graduarse de la universidad, sé muy bien que la educación es la llave que puede abrir puertas de oportunidad que nunca había imaginado, como estar ante de ustedes esta noche con el honor de servir como su nuevo superintendente. Para concluir, también me gustaría dar las gracias a Cynthia Johnson por su liderazgo durante este año escolar. Estoy emocionado de empezar mi liderazgo en Arlington con el apoyo y guía de la señora Johnson. And so in closing, again, I want to thank the school board for trusting in me, investing in me this opportunity to serve the community of Arlington. I truly look forward to that opportunity, and I want to make sure that everyone knows that I'm here to listen, I'm here to learn, and we're going to be all in this together. Thank you.
Gracias, Dr. Duran. Bienvenido a las escuelas de Arlington. Thank you, Dr. Duran. Dr. Duran, welcome again to Arlington. We really look forward to your leadership and guidance in the coming years. And so we are done with our special action and announcement. Again, thank you to my board. And while it would be great to say have a good night, we still have a whole board meeting to get through. A lot of things happening tonight. So for those of you who wanted to watch this announcement, I'd ask you to stay tuned because we are going to adopt our consent agenda. And then we're actually going to move on to a CIP projects update, which is really important, which I think will set the foundation for the upcoming CIP work. That's going to be followed by a face monitoring item, and then a very, very important budget adoption that will also set the foundation for our work. So, go grab some popcorn and maybe hot chocolate and join us. So we're now at consent. And I'm going to ask if we have a motion to adopt the consent agenda.
Moved. So moved.
Is there a second?
Second, Nancy.
And I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll, but before that, I'd like to share with everyone that Ms. Melanie Elliott, our school board clerk, is also participating with us virtually, and none of this work could have happened without her. And I really want to just say thank you, Ms. Elliott. And so with that, would you please call the roll call?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Talento. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, say no. Mr. Goldstein?
Aye.
Dr. Cannonen?
Aye.
Ms. O'Grady?
Aye.
Ms. Talento?
Aye.
Ms. Van Doren?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. And I know that Ms. Van Doren wants to make some comments, but I just want to share what we announced. I just want to share what we adopted under consent. So I'd like to announce that under consent, the board accepted 3 annual briefing reports from staff: the Sustainability Briefing Report, the World Languages Briefing Report, and the Special Education Briefing Report. Also under consent, the board adopted the amended resolution to implement emergency practices and procedures of the continuity of the APS operations for the duration of the COVID-19 pandemic. This amendment incorporates new guidance adopted by the General Assembly and approved by the governor in late April. This legislation authorizes certain public bodies, including local school boards, to meet by strictly electronic means in specified situations in which the governor has declared a state of emergency. This authorization also allows our appointed advisory committees to meet and conduct their routine work electronically. And so I just wanted to share that what the resolution did. If you all were tuned into our board meeting, I think it was on the 16th, we passed a very, very long resolution. And we had to have it that detailed because at the time, the school board was restricted to address only matters that were deemed to cause harm if we did not address them in a timely manner. What the Virginia legislation and the governor approved in late April was to allow the regular order of business for the school board to happen during a virtual board meeting, which is why we can adopt our briefing reports, our minutes, hear about the work that FACE has done this year, and some future items that you will see on our agendas. And this authorization also allows our appointed advisory committees, as they fall under the rules and regulations of school board, to also meet and conduct their routine work electronically. They were also required to meet under very specific things on their agenda, and I was able to meet with our advisory chairs yesterday and share with them that they are now able to meet to conduct their standard orders of business, and we may even have the opportunity to hear some annual reports in June from a few of our advisory committees. So it's very exciting to bring some normalcy to this unnormal time. And I know that Ms. Johnson will be working with her ELT staff to help assist the committees to ensure that they are abiding by meeting notice requirements and open meeting requirements as they do their important work. And I know that our ELT has been doing a lot of work to support our system. And so as I shared with the advisory chair committees, they will do their best to support the advisory committees. But because some of this is has changed the schedule, I just asked our advisory committees and support our ELTs so that we can work through these last few weeks of the school year together. And so those are things that we adopted in our consent agenda, and I believe, Ms. Van Doren, you have some comments you would like to make.
I do. I wanted to take the opportunity on during this week, Teacher Appreciation Week. I would like to thank all of our teachers, all of our staff, but particularly the teachers this week. And I noticed on our consent agenda that we have accepted the retirement of Jennifer Chacon, who was a teacher for all 4 of my children and an exceptional teacher who became a library media specialist. And I just wanted to point out that I am well aware of the tremendous impact that teachers make, and she had a tremendous impact on my children. So it's with regret that I see that she is moving on, but I wanted to take a moment to remind all of us that our teachers have such a tremendous impact, and I wanted to just give a shout out to her and to her family and to the Long Branch staff. And also I wanted to comment on the fact that Julia Burgos is going to be leaving us, and she's on this this evening, I believe, and she has diligently served our school system for some time, and she will be missed. And I know that we like to have going away parties and say goodbye to people, but in these times, I know that Mrs. Chacon told me that it's odd leaving when she's not going to be able to be at the school and say goodbye to people. So I wanted to say goodbye to her and also to Julia Burgos, and my goodbye is representative of all of the transitions that are being made by our staff in these actions. And we wish we could give you all a hug and a big thank you, but this is the best we're going to be able to do right now. So I thought I would just take that opportunity with those 2 particular people and make those comments tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Van Doren. I really appreciate that. You brought up a good point that during these times it will be difficult to do traditional celebrations that we would do. So thank you for sharing that. Colleagues, are there any other comments on the consent agenda item? Okay, so we are going to then move on to our monitoring items. The first is an update on capital projects. Ms. Johnson, would you kindly introduce this next monitoring item?
Yes, I would like to introduce Mr. Chadwick and his team to do the presentation and provide the updates. Mr. Chadwick?
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Good evening, everybody. So thank you for once for putting this item near the beginning of the school board meeting. As already mentioned, I am here to update you on capital projects that are relating to what's been going on and the changes that have been caused by the COVID-19 crisis. I'd like to go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So it has not unexpectedly created great volatility in the construction market, just like it has in just about every aspect of our society. And this has impacted APS planned and ongoing capital projects in a variety of ways, mostly according to where they are in the design and construction process, bidding process. So what I'm going to do here is outline the current status of each of the projects and the recommendations for how to proceed with them now or delay them and proceed in the future. Next, please. So starting with Dorothy Ham, the current status is that construction of the new addition is nearing completion. It was, as you know, scheduled to be completed at the beginning of the current school year. It fell behind schedule, but it will be ready for the beginning of the 2020-21 school year in September. Unspent funds currently are $3 million, almost $4 million. No more bonds are to be sold, no more transfers from the capital reserve, and the project will be fully funded within the unspent funds. The impact on seats, we were fortunate in September of this year that the enrollment at the school was around 737. The design capacity, if you remember, of the school of the new school with the addition is 1,000. The enrollment projection for September 2020 is 874. So, of course, we now do really need that addition in order to make for a complete school as enrollment grows towards 1,000. So obviously the recommendation here is that we proceed as we are doing, providing there's no prohibition on construction activities. And so far there hasn't been, and it now looks unlikely that there will be. Next slide, please. So the Career Center in Arlington Tech is a little more complicated. We were originally, as you know, we are planning a project to renovate the Columbia Pike Branch Library at the Career Center, to consolidate it onto the first floor of the building, and to renovate the second floor of the building so that it can be used for classrooms for the Career Center during the school day, and then can be used by the library and library activities and community members outside of school hours. The project, we have approximately 7.6 million in previously sold bonds. That means we have the money in hand, which is available to support the project. And there's an additional $5 million in unsold bonds for the project. So our recommendation is this: in summer 2020, to meet planned enrollment, we want to proceed with limited construction within the existing building and installation of relocatable classrooms. The limited construction is to right-size some classrooms and to construct a new science classroom. The Columbia Pike Library renovation, we're separating that from the summer work, and we have recommended proceeding with that as soon as reasonable in coordination with recovery from the pandemic. This work could occur during the school year, but we've been very careful to collaborate all the way through with the library, since it's not only APS that's in this facility. And we are still collaborating, as we should be, with the library services and the county manager's office to make sure that when we schedule this, we close the library for the minimum amount of period possible. The main reason we recommended delaying it was because we didn't want to start it and then find that we had the library closed for an indefinite period. So the construction contract award for the summer 2020 work is on the agenda for this meeting. You will see it later this evening. And the construction contract award for the library renovation will be proposed at a future board meeting at a date to be determined. And of course, we will be working closely with library and the county on that date to make sure that their funding for the fit up, or rather the furniture and equipment in the library, is coordinated with the opening date. Next slide, please. The new elementary school at the Reed site, and as you know, this is very important that this project is finished on time because of the school moves and boundary changes that are associated with its opening in September of 21. So the original completion date is still the beginning of the school year 2020-21, that's September, or rather August now, of 21. And it is on schedule for that. We have had no serious interruptions to construction up to this point. Unspent funds as of 3:30 March 30th, just under $10.5 million. And for this project specifically earmarked in the last CIP, another $20 million were to be sold. There's no future transfer from the capital reserve. And obviously we can't complete the project within the unspent funds allocated to it. As I mentioned, there's a whole domino effect related to this school of school moves and boundary changes. So it would be a big concern if this was delayed in opening. And as we know, the most affected school of all would be Science Focus, which is enjoying crowding. So our recommendation here is to proceed, again, providing we don't have any construction activities prohibited, and actually to use funds available for the education center in unspent funds that have already been, bonds that have already been sold. If the county does not proceed with the spring bond sales, and in fact, they have not proceeded with spring bond sales, though we do understand that they are planning to sell bonds in the fall, which would then make us whole on these projects. Next slide, please. Reuse of the education center. So we were about to bring the final design and contract award to the school board for action on March the 25th, right after schools closed. The original completion date is again August, end of August 21, so that it can open in time for the 2020-21 school year. We have unspent funds of almost $14 million and future bonds to be sold. That means they've been approved by the voters. They were approved in 2018, but not yet sold. That amount is $16,250,000. There are no future funds to be transferred from the capital reserve, and the project clearly can't be finished within the funding that we have unspent. Particularly if we transfer that to pay for the READ project to keep that on schedule. So the delay in this project, which we've obviously recommending that we did not bring the contract award to you and recommend that it not be started just yet. We will be about 80 high school sheets short in the 2022-23 school year, assuming that Arlington Tech continues to grow to 600 seats as planned. And based on the 2019 10-year projections, it would not be advisable to delay this project beyond the 2023-24 school year, when we are projecting 510 more high school students than available seats. So the staff recommendation here is to proceed as soon as possible after closure has been lifted and the bonds have been sold, so the project be completed before the start of the 2022-23 school year. We also are recommending that we renegotiate with a construction manager at risk or even rebid to realize savings due to the downturn, because the project could open during the school year. We do believe that there will be at the least a short, if not longer, decline in construction costs, and we hope that we will be in the position to take advantage of that, and we will work with you to make sure we do bid at the right time to take advantage of any decline in construction costs. Next slide, please. The Career Center expansion concept design information, we are planning to bring that to you for information at the next board meeting on the 21st of May. Per the original completion date, the parking garage and field were to be completed at the start of the 2023-24 school year, and the 800-seat expansion was scheduled to be completed at the start of the 2025-26 school year. We have just over $7.5 million unspent funds, future bonds to be sold, which were earmarked in the last CIP is about $143.5 million, and $31 million of future transfer for capital reserves. Clearly, the project cannot be funded within the unspent funds. The impacts on seat needs, if delayed to 26-27, APS would be short by 325 seats in the 24-25 school year, and if delayed to 27-28, we'd be about 400 seats over. Staff recommendation here is to approve the concept design with the CIP in June, recognizing that phasing and schedule may be revised from what was included in the FY 2019-28 CIP, for which the funding above is noted. And again, recognizing that we might benefit from savings in construction costs affected by the market decline, as indeed they were in 2009. Next slide, please. So we are looking forward to the CIP, and we do have a pre-CIP work session next Wednesday. We are working very closely with the county because, as you know, our debt capacity is based on projected revenue over the next 10 years. And we do expect to be able to bring to you some more detailed information on that at that CIP work session on next Wednesday. Again, recognizing that it is very critical that we complete the refresh and renovation projects that we are planning to do at those 3 schools that are subject to moves. That is Arlington Traditional School, the new elementary school at Key, and then the moving of Arlington Traditional School to McKinley. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chadwick, for the presentation. I would like to see if my colleagues have questions on the presentation. So I'm going to start with Mr. Goldstein. Do you have any questions for Mr. Chadwick and Ms. Johnson on tonight's presentation?
I think not, but let me just ask this one question and I can just verify. We're having a preliminary CIP work session on Wednesday, the 13th. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and then we're going to go over this information that you just presented as well as more and have opportunities to ask questions and, dig into it a little bit more at that point?
Absolutely.
Okay, so in that case, I don't have questions for tonight, but I will look forward to, digging into this deeper on Wednesday. Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Dr. Kennanen?
Yes, thank you. Being mindful of Mr. Goldstein's clarification, I'm going to ask about something we could talk about on Wednesday, but I want to ask now. On the Career Center piece, Mr. Chadwick, I just want to confirm, you implied that there might be a delay as we build the new CIP. Is there anything, I wasn't clear on whether something specifically would be causing the delay other than perhaps financing in the CIP, which we will be talking about. Is there anything about the current environment that is leading you to believe the project would be delayed?
I'm going to answer that in 2 ways. I think there is nothing, and I would recommend that we proceed into the next phase of the project. I think that as we do that, and as we look at the concept design, the phasing of the project, which we now know a lot more about than we did during the last CIP, may well change. And so the delivery of some of the pieces may change. We did not need in this CIP to be approving any more funds for the project, but we will need to within the next 2 years so that the project can proceed on schedule or whatever the new schedule is. Did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
So full speed ahead.
Dr. Kennan, do you have any other questions?
I might have a follow-up depending on what other people ask, but
okay.
Not.
Ms. Van Doren?
Thank you. I want to put a placeholder or let you know, Mr. Chadwick and Ms. Johnson, that I really have a lot of concerns about the delay on the Ed Center and at the Career Center. I know that we were doing a very good job of staying abreast of the seats that we needed at the high school level, secondary level, and this greatly concerns me. I know that we hope that costs might go down, but I'm very concerned about that, so I will be following up with questions. And one of the questions I have is, were we to sell the bonds in the fall, could we accelerate that work and not delay it until the 2022 school year? I think when we start jobs, we should finish them, and both of those jobs are underway. And I know that we had to complete a contract for them, so I'm just putting a marker in now to say that that's something I'm going to want to discuss when we have our work session. But thank you very much and I know this is a lot to handle, a lot of work. but I'm concerned about the delays on those.
I understand.
Thank you, Ms. Van Doren. Mr. Grady.
Thank you, Chair Talento. I will just say that I'll wait for an answer for Wednesday, but I wanted to say I'll be interested in understanding what we're going to do to handle the shortage of seats if we do fall behind. So I'll just be interested in trying to understand what some of the contingency plans are for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grady. Mr. Chadwick, thank you for the presentation. I think it was great that you were able to provide this as a monitoring item. Now it allows us time to really process, and I will probably replay your presentation just to hear it again prior to the work session. So I just want to say thank you for doing that, because this is not business as usual. And I think it's important for us to acknowledge that. So I just want to really thank you for putting this together for us today, with the recognition that we will then once again go over it on the 13th. And I think there's some things that we need to do multiple times, and this is one of them. So thank you for that. I did have some questions just for clarity's sake, and I know that we'll discuss it, or maybe you have answers and you're putting that together. But regarding the Career Center Arlington Tech work, it's slide 4 and slide 4. Yep, slide 4. We share here that we have approximately $7.6 million in previously sold bonds, which is currently available to support the project. And then we have an additional $5 million in unsold bonds. And so I know that we'll be looking at the summer work later. So I know that unless the community has looked at the agenda prior to, they may not fully understand this. But for those of you who just know clarity, will be provided later. In the Arlington Tech info action item that's coming for us later to approve some construction work within the Arlington Career Center that's not part of the library, it talks about using the majority of these funds to do that work. So my concern is, if we are able to move forward with the library renovation sooner, it doesn't look like we'll have the bonds for this, because traditionally we would sell bonds this spring, and the county has informed us that they're not selling it until the fall. So I know that there was a lot of discussion, and I'm not sure, I don't recall what you said about it, but could you talk a little bit about, will we have to wait to do the library renovation until the bonds are sold in the fall? Or do we have, if we're able to start that work beforehand? And I know that we delayed it because there's some instability in whether we can start and finish a project without interruption. So if you could just maybe provide us some guidance on that, or
If we could go back to that slide, I can explain that.
thank you.
Slide 4, I think. Yes, so we have $7.6 million in hand to use for the project. And that is enough for both the summer work and the Columbia Pike Library branch library renovation. And what we're actually bringing to you later is not just a contract award for that small amount of work on the second floor, but also approving the budget for both projects, which is within the $7.6 million that we have available.
Excellent. And you know what? I just saw on the other project that it does say "and library," so I apologize for that. But thank you for that clarity.
Well, we know it's confusing, so we're happy to explain it carefully.
But that's very helpful. So we'll be approving funding to be able to start on the second floor of the Arlington Career Center, and we'll have the funding approved for when we are ready to launch the work at the library.
Correct.
Assuming the board approves it tonight.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chadwick. That was very helpful. Then I do have another question, and this is regarding the Career Center slide, the last one. Where it says staff recommendation, you share that the staff is recommending approved concept design with CIP in June 2020, recognizing that phasing and schedule may be revised from what is included in the fiscal year 2019-2028.
CIP, yes.
CIP.
Yeah.
So I know that the the upcoming CIP, and I think we've heard from the county that they also are looking at maybe doing a CIP a little differently this year. I guess I was assuming that anything planned out for the Career Center, whether it was a delayed phasing or any phasing, would come in that 10-year CIP. But this sounds like we won't know yet. Can you provide some clarity? Will we be able to determine phasing and scheduling even if it's a delay by a year in our CIP process, or is our CIP process really in flux where we don't have that answer yet?
So I think we will be able to determine the phasing and the schedule that we would prefer, but we won't be able to confirm that until we go through the next full CIP process.
Can you repeat that last piece? We won't be able to confirm that until?
So I don't think that we will be able to confirm that we can achieve the schedule and the phasing that we want until we go through, that we recommend, I should say, until we go through the next CIP process.
When you say next, are you talking about the one in 2 years or this one, this upcoming CIP?
I'm talking about the one in 2 years, or if there's another one sooner than that.
Right. So the CIP may have the same challenges that our budget has, where we're doing a process now, but we may have to open up another process in a non-traditional time, depending on the economy.
And I think that, as I hinted earlier, there'll be more on that.
Yes.
When we come to you next week for the
no,
pre-CIP
that's
work.
helpful. I'm just trying to just prepare my mind for the discussion. So thank you. This is really helpful. Those are the two questions that I have. I have other questions, much like my colleagues, but I know that we have a 2-hour work session next week, which is our preliminary CIP work session. So I think it'll be a great discussion. And thank you again. I want to just make sure there are no second round of questions. Reed, do you have any additional questions before we move to the next item? Mr. Goldstein?
No, I do not.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Kinnunen?
No, I'll also wait till Wednesday. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Van Doren?
I'm fine, thank you.
Ms. O'Grady?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chadwick, for the presentation and the information. We really appreciate it, and we look forward to our discussion next week.
Thank you.
And I just want to take this opportunity to thank our facilities and our planning staff for their efforts to help prepare us for this, and really for all the work that they've been doing while our schools are closed. They have taken the opportunity to really work on our buildings the best way that they can in the small items that we're able to achieve during the closure. And I know that sometimes when we're not in school, you can't see what our staff is doing, but they really are doing extraordinary work. So I just want to say thank you to them for that. Our next item is a Family and Community Engagement Annual Update. Ms. Johnson, would you please introduce the item?
Yes, I'd like to have Ms. Loft introduce the staff member for the presentation.
I am pleased to introduce Isabel Messmore, who is our coordinator of our Family and Community Engagement Office, and she is going to share an update about the work of the office this year.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Loft, for introducing me. Good evening, everyone. My name is Isabel Messmore, and I am the Family and Community Engagement Specialist with the Department of Teaching and Learning. Thank you for inviting me tonight to present the annual updates for the Office of Family and Community Engagement. Next slide, please. Throughout the presentation, I will be highlighting how FACE has worked this year to meet both strategic plan performance objectives and the school board's FACE policy goals. I will also indicate how FACE has adjusted to meet some of the needs created during the COVID-19 crisis. Next slide, please. Okay. The FACE office is an office of one, just me, with a focus on building the capacity of both staff and families to enable a strong partnership on behalf of student success. Our work is based on research and best practices, specifically the dual capacity building framework for family and school partnerships. Next slide, please. FACE's school board policy falls under the umbrella of APS's 2018-2024 strategic plan. In this presentation, I will point out some key components of the FACE program with a lens on how these elements directly address both the phase policy goals and our current strategic plan. You will see across this page on the top, well, in the middle, it lists the 6 policy goals that phase addresses. The first one is welcoming all families into the school community. The second one is communicating effectively. The third one is supporting student success. We then have number 4, advocating for every student. Number 5, sharing responsibility. And number 6, collaborating with community. The reason that I'm pointing this out is because in the slides that are coming later on, these will be numbered. They will refer to as goal number 1 or goal number 2. Thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, so performance objective number 21 under the partnership goal of the strategic plan directly addresses the work of our office. This slide lists the phase activities for this school year, and it shows that we surpassed this goal. The goal was 90%, and I have to say that 100% of our activities address building the capacity of staff and families. You will also see that there's some asterisks in some of these, and that just indicates that these were added or modified to meet the COVID-19 crisis needs. Next slide, please. Thank you. A considerable amount of our work is accomplished because of our many partnerships. We will continue to work in collaboration with other APS offices, departments, and schools to address the policy directive for phase, which is to be systemic, integrated, and sustained with adequate resources and infrastructure support. Thank you. Next slide, please. Under the engaged workforce goal of the strategic plan, phase directly addresses performance objective 15 by providing professional learning opportunities for staff. I will highlight some of these. The introductory course, we had 209 teachers complete this course. We also added an online book study, which is a group composed of school-based administrators, personnel from the Office of Equity and Excellence, English learners, and also the Office of Federal Grants. This was added because of the current crisis. And working with bilingual family liaisons is also one of the key that FACE is trying to or working on developing, and that includes working very closely with the Office of English Learners. Next slide, please. I will now highlight 3 specific activities that we completed this year. Firstly, the Parent Leadership Facilitation Workshop. It addresses performance objective 21 of the strategic plan. It took place in January, and we had it was our 7th Parent Leadership Facilitation Workshop, and for the first time included African American parents. Next slide, please. I would also like to highlight our quarterly meetings with parent leaders. These provide a venue for parent leaders to practice leadership skills and participate in discussions about school services and instructional issues. Now, with the current situation, these have become online meetings through MS Teams. Next slide, please. Thank you. I would also like to highlight academic parent-teacher teams. APTT is a strategy that directly addresses building a partnership with families for student success. This year, we had 3 schools implement APTT with the guidance of the Office of Federal Grants. These schools are Barcroft, Carling Springs, and Barrett. Next slide, please. This slide shows last year's data. Regrettably, this year, we were not able to implement all 3 nights that make up the program because of the school closure. We do see examples here, though, an example of how this APTT strategy is successful in moving student success along. Parents who attended only 1 night, there was only a 50% improvement in the student's achievement. And if you see at the bottom, parents that attended all 3 nights, we have a 71% improvement. Again, this is last year's data. The data for this year is incomplete. Next slide, please. Okay, I would like to talk now about things that we're doing moving forward, currently, and the coming year. The Department of Teaching and Learning has developed a soap opera to help families navigate the special education process. This telenovela capitalizes on the value of using collaborative approaches with families. Families co-wrote the script, auditioned for parts of it, and also star in parts of star in the soap opera. They are also helping us plan how best to utilize this tool. Next slide, please. Thank you. Moving forward, we're also working on proposing revisions to the FACE policy and PIP, the Policy Implementation Plan. The district level FACE action team is working towards proposing revisions to the FACE policy and PIP. We're hoping to bring those changes, proposed changes, to the board in the school year, next school year. Next slide, please. Moving forward, starting tomorrow, this course will go live. We have created a Canvas course for staff on navigating distance learning while in a national crisis. And we know it's difficult and it's definitely uncharted territory. So we're hoping to provide some guidance for teachers on how to utilize family engagement to foster student learning during these times. Next slide, please. Thank you. Moving forward, we're also looking to expand our program to continue and increase the amount of support and training that we provide bilingual family liaisons with a focus on family engagement. Next slide, please. What we have learned this school year, the framework that provides the research-based and best practices guidelines for the work that our office does was updated. We continue to realize that it still points to the need of working on two fronts, building the capacity both of families and school staff to partner well with each other to support student success. We also learned that FACE needs to continue to work with school-based administrators to help change how family engagement is viewed, from being perceived as an initiative that would be nice to have, to a foundational practice that has a direct impact on student learning. We're also working to expand opportunities for underrepresented populations to have a voice in school decisions. Workshops such as the Parent Leadership Quarterly Meetings exemplify the overall benefits and richness of diverse voices. Next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, looking ahead, FACE wants to ensure that we support all our families. FACE wants to continue to provide support for bilingual family liaisons and help build their capacity. We're also hoping to help grow the culture of Arlington Public Schools so that all families feel welcomed, valued, and so that we successfully engage every family. Thank you. Next slide. I wish to finish this presentation with a couple of bright spots. Firstly, the collaboration with the various DTL offices and departments within APS, specifically the Department of Instruction. We also want to highlight the collaboration with the Department of Instructional Technology. During the school closures, we would not have been able to continue and expand our work without their support. And our final bright spot, or another bright spot this year, has been the work with Long Branch Elementary School. The principal, Jessica Da Silva, is vested in engaging all families. So through Long Branch's parent-principal chats, she has built relationships and supported two-way communication. The format of this chat allows for families to provide feedback to school staff and administrators. We are focused on we are focused in traditionally underrepresented families. We focus on parents who speak a language other than English at home and families of color. Currently, we're working on an online parent-principal chat that is going to take place tomorrow. So we're excited about that. And Jessica's work at Long Branch exemplifies that the support from school-based administrators is essential in bringing about a change into the culture that engagement of every family is essential. Next slide, please. Thank you. This concludes the annual updates from the Office of Family and Community Engagement. And thanks again for inviting me and for your support.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm going to open up the floor to my colleagues for questions. And I will start with you, Ms. O'Grady, this time. Do you have any questions?
Ms. Mesmore, I was just wondering, can you tell us how important you feel your office is now that we've entered these unprecedented times, and perhaps the importance of the parent leaders that you trained as well during this time?
I'm sorry, I lost connection for a bit. The importance
of the parents that you trained and what role they may be playing to help support other parents at this time.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that question. The work of our office has changed a bit since the school closure. And I would say that this is because of the invisible engagement that we do not see happening, but that it is key in order to support student learning. So working with the families in a certain way so that we are partnering with them and we take the role of coaches rather than they are our assistants and we're going to tell them what we want them to do is essential. So supporting that invisible learning that's happening at the house, in the homes, is crucial. Also, the work with the parent leaders is also essential because they become the voice for the parents, the other parents in their community. It is wonderful to have parent leaders that represent different communities because they bring those concerns to us in APS. And then we're able to address them and channel them as needed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Grady. Ms. Van Doren, do you have any questions?
I do, just 1 minute. My husband was chasing the dog out of the room. Life in the pandemic. This is probably a question for Ms. Johnson or Senora Mesmore or Erin Gregory. What is the relationship between the FACE office and our new Chief Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer? And what work are you doing together?
I have to say that at this point, I have not had the pleasure of working with the Chief Executive Officer for Equity, but I am looking forward to it.
Okay, Ms. Johnson or Mr. Gregory, are there plans on that end?
So I'll start, and then if Mr. Gregory would like to chime in, that would be helpful. I think there has been an ongoing process with Mr. Gregory just looking at the work that various departments and principal groups are doing as it relates to equity and trying to look at the alignment of that priority with what department's already doing. So that's been part of the journey that he's undertaken, and I'm sure that that will begin to be embedded in what we're seeing here with FACE as well. So I think it's fair to say that that's been an ongoing process as he's worked with various departments in a number of different ways.
Okay.
I would just like to add that I have been working with our family liaisons, at the building level, at the elementary, middle, and high. And I also look forward to working with FACE as well.
Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. I look forward to that collaboration. There are lots of little pieces in our school system that really need to be brought together as a sort of cohesive whole to support our equity work. And I know that you're a critical piece of that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Van Doren. Dr. Kennanen.
Yes, thank you. Very good presentation, really enjoyed it. I'd also like to understand a little bit more about the structure of where FACE sits in our organization. So specifically, I think you're in Department of Teaching and Learning. And so are you within any other section of teaching and learning, or, in other words, who is your supervisor? But also whether you have a clearly defined population that you serve, or are you more of a resource for particular people in a school? So kind of like how you define your universe of students and families that you're trying to support, but also where you sit in teaching and learning.
Yes, thank you. My supervisor is the assistant superintendent of the Department of Teaching and Learning, Bridget Loft. So I report directly to her. I collaborate with other offices within the Department of Teaching and Learning. I work very closely with the Office of English Learners, as well as the Office of Federal Grants, and also with the Office of Equity and Excellence. The work that I do with the Office of Federal Grants falls under the family engagement piece of Title I. And for the English learners specifically, is the work of the bilingual family liaisons. For equity and excellence, I would say that it's varied and it encompasses more of a desire to and a need to diversify the population that FACE supports. Right now, my focus is on building efficacy in the traditionally underrepresented families. So I work very closely with parent groups at the different schools to help build their efficacy, to help build their skills, so that they're able to put forth their voice in order to influence school level decisions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kennan. Mr. Goldstein?
Hi, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. It was it was packed with a lot of good stuff. I really enjoyed it. I just have a question about your office's collaboration with professional learning, with a professional development, function within teaching and learning, because it, of course, is trying to plan lessons, plan education for the staff along some of the same lines that you are. So I was just wondering if there's some collaboration going on where you use those same professional development lessons, or is there some kind of overlap that's mutually beneficial?
I do, and I should have mentioned that before. I do collaborate very closely with the Office of Professional Learning because I would say half of my job entails building the capacity of teachers to work with families. So to that end, I do have several courses and seminars that FACE provides in order to build the staff capacity. I can't say that there's overlap because my focus is, or the focus of FACE is on family engagement. I'm sure there's other courses that also touch on family engagement, but specifically FACE's focus is building that capacity to build partnerships with families.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Thank you for the presentation. It was a lot of information, and it was nice to hear something tonight that we could bring forward because we now have more flexibility to meet with. This is great to be able to talk about the work that our departments are doing that aren't necessarily directly related to the COVID-19 pandemic. So really thank you for being here with us tonight, for preparing this presentation with great information. I was excited to hear that you're looking to diversify your outreach and work with a lot of different communities that are underrepresented. And so I was curious, could you elaborate on that a little bit? I think that you mentioned something about working with some of our Black family groups. But could you elaborate a little bit on what that's looking like? I know that we've hoped for years to strengthen that type of parent collaboration for our Black family groups, for our Hispanic parent groups. I know that we've done a lot of outreach to our Hispanic parent groups. I recognize that they're about 27% of our population, but now that FACE is strong, I would love to know what you're looking to do with our, how to strengthen our Black parent groups, our Mongolian families, our American families, some of the other families that, I think really do need representation and stronger communications with our system and teachers. So if you could just talk a little bit more about that, I would really appreciate it.
Definitely. I started working very closely with the Office of Equity and Excellence in order to do outreach to the Black community. And I know that they have a strong focus on that. And I'm thinking, I really feel that FACE needs to be in there as well. To that end, I have worked closely with the different programs that they have offered specifically for the support of Black students and their families. So I work in the planning, I have attended several of the functions, and I'm also working with the supervisor of Equity and Excellence to provide the parent leadership workshop in English. Up to this point, it's been offered primarily in Spanish because, as you said, the majority of our minority population is Latino. So we provided it in Spanish. We also have a need to provide it in other languages. And I have worked as well with the Office of English Learners through the Title III grant to provide the format. And as long as we are able to provide it in English, then it makes it a lot easier then to bring in parents who speak Amharic or bring in parents who speak Mongolian, as long as we're providing interpretation and providing the documents as well, or the work for the workshop in their native language. So that is in development, and we're hoping, at least we were planning to have it in the fall. We'll see where things are by the time things go back to the new normal.
Thank you for sharing that. And I don't know if you mentioned this in your slide, and if you did, I missed it, your presentation, but I did hear that you did have an English-speaking parent, a Black parent, participate in one of the Spanish-speaking groups. And so did you provide interpretation in that?
That's correct.
That's
Yes.
wonderful. Okay, yes, I think I may have missed that, but thank you for that. I just, I think that FACE has a wonderful opportunity to reach the multiple families in our system, and it's wonderful to hear how you're looking forward into really strengthening the FACE program for all of our families. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much for your support.
Colleagues, are there any additional questions? Okay, thank you so much. And we're now going to
Thank you, Isabel.
Thank you.
We're now going to move to our next presentation, but I do want to again thank you for your efforts to ensure our families are engaged with their children's education in schools. We really appreciate it. Okay, so we are now at action, and we are now going to act on the final 2021 budget. I believe Ms. Peterson has a brief update to get us started. And Ms. Johnson, did you want to introduce the presentation? Or do you want me to just go?
I think the segue is perfect, so we'll move right to Leslie.
Okay,
please.
excellent. Thank you. Ms. Peterson?
Good evening, Ms. Talento. I believe Dwayne is bringing up the presentation as we speak.
Okay.
Maybe not. All right, I'm going to share from my computer then. So this evening we have a revenue update from the state. They did have a...
Ms. Peterson, I'm sorry to interrupt you. The PowerPoint is being pulled up. It didn't show up here on the school board. It may have shown up live, but if you could just bear with us. I think Dwayne just pulled it up so that Ms. O'Grady and I can see it as we're participating here from the school board room. So I didn't mean to interrupt you, but...
It is up live, Tanya.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Peterson.
Will you just let me know when they bring it up for you?
Yep, we are ready.
Great. The state does have, we do have a state revenue update from the April 22nd veto session of the General Assembly. As you can see here, we have reduced funding in our school operating fund, food and nutrition services fund, and restricted programs fund. As a result of that change, we have to reduce revenue in the school board's proposed budget by those amounts. And then on the expenditure side, we also have to reduce expenditures, and I'm going to take a little time to talk about that. In the school operating fund, we are going to reduce the contingency fund that was in the interim superintendent's revised proposed budget, which I will call the revenue contingency fund. It was put in there specifically to mitigate any future losses of revenue. This is the perfect use for this fund, so we are going to reduce the remaining funds there by the $480,000. In the Food and Nutrition Services Fund and the Grants and Restricted Programs Fund, each of these funds is self-supporting. So when there is a decline in revenue, we reduce the expenditures to match that decline in revenue, and we will make those adjustments in the budget so that we have a balanced budget. I would also like to note that the FTE that is shown here is a correction. It's a correction from what was in the interim superintendent's revised proposed budget presentation of April 23rd, as well as a correction of the amount that I had in the work session on May 5th. I did a little math wrong. I don't know how I did that, but I did. And so we are now at the correct number of 4,988.61 FTE, and my apologies for making that error. And that is it from me on the update.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. So I'm going to now call for a motion. Actually, I would like to ask if there are any clarifying questions before I call for a motion. So I will just go through, I'll just call your name, and if you don't have one, just let me know that you don't. Mr. Goldstein, do you have any clarifying questions?
No, thank you.
Dr. Cannonen, do you have any clarifying questions?
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Van Doren, do you have any clarifying questions?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Ms. O'Grady, do you have any clarifying questions?
No, thank you, though.
Okay, great. So I will then like to call for a motion.
I have a motion, Chair Talento. I move that the Arlington School Board adopt its fiscal year 2021 school board budget totaling $670,274,629. The school board's FY 2021 budget requires an ongoing county transfer of $524,628,986, a beginning balance or carry forward of $3,500,000, and funding from reserves of $16,476,194 broken into the following. Number one, the school operating fund at a total of $559,933,853, requiring a county transfer of $458,728,402, a beginning balance or carry forward of $3,500,000, and funding from reserves of $15,433,694. Number two, the Community Activities Fund at a total of $19,756,037, requiring a county transfer of $5,756,576. Number three, the Debt Service Fund at a total of $56,905,740, requiring a county transfer of $56,635,740 and funding from reserves of $270,000. Number four, the Food and Nutrition Services Fund at $11,321,748, requiring a county transfer of $0. Number five, the Capital Projects Fund at a total of $2,040,843, requiring a county transfer of $1,286,343 and funding from reserves of $772,500. Number 6, the Children's Services Act Fund at a total of $4,225,000, requiring a county transfer of $2,239,925. Number 7, the Grants and Restricted Programs Fund at a total of $16,091,408, requiring a county transfer of $0. I further move that the Arlington School Board authorize the advance placement of purchase orders for productivity software, IT devices, and device cases that are funded in the adopted FY 2021 budget. These orders will be placed only after the Finance Office verifies that the funds have been designated in the school board's adopted FY 2021 budget. These items should be neither received nor invoiced until on or after July 1st, 2020. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second from Nancy.
Thank you, Ms. Van Doren. Okay, so I have a clarifying comment, and Ms. Peterson, could you just confirm this for us? And then I'm going to, I know we have amendments. So traditionally, I would move to the amendment, but I just want to make sure that I understand. We're adopting this budget, and this budget is based on the proposed budget that we adopted Thursday, which restores some items for funding from the superintendent's proposed budget. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. We didn't delineate those in our motion, but that's because we had already adopted a proposed budget. Is that correct?
Correct. Correct. We're operating from latest adopted budget, which is the school board's proposed budget. So these are just the changes that are taking place since that time. All of the other changes have already been incorporated into your proposed budget.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So for anyone at home who did not watch our board meeting, when was that, the 23rd? In other words, just go to the prior board docs board meeting and you can see the items that we chose to restore. So thank you for that clarification, Ms. Peterson. So colleagues, I believe we have some amendments. So I would like to call the amendments, and then we will have discussion on the main
Tanya,
proposal.
could I ask a clarifying question
Yes,
first?
please.
I just want to make sure, Ms. Peterson, I pointed out at our work session that the amounts of our amendments, restorations were not correct. Are they correct in the numbers that you put together here?
Yes, ma'am. Those numbers were correct in the sense that they were rounded versions of the amounts that were approved by the school board. But in the presentation, all of the numbers are out to the single digit, and they are the correct number. They compare with the school board's proposed budget adopted on April 23rd.
So they're not rounded in the actual motion and in the actual budget?
No, ma'am. That presentation has all of the dollars out to the decimal.
Okay, and okay, I at some point, Ms. Talento, I just want to know when we're going to have a budget book. Okay, thanks. If you can answer that quickly, fine. Otherwise, we can do it later.
We'll have the budget book at the same time we always do, which is sometime in August.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for letting me ask the clarifying question.
Thank you, Ms. Van Doren. Actually, I should probably see if any other colleagues have clarifying questions on our main motion. Mr. Goldstein, do you have any clarifying questions?
I do not. Thank you.
Dr. Cannon?
No, thank you.
Ms. O'Grady?
No, I do not. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I would like to call for an amendment. Dr. Cannon, I understand that you have an amendment.
Yes, I do. Thank you. I move to amend the main motion by adding $24,300 to restore Smart Notebook and funding it by reducing the $1.5 million revenue contingency by $24,300.
Is there a second? Second? Dr. Cannon, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Very briefly, I had tabled this at the last meeting because board colleagues wanted to get some more information. The rationale remains, as I have was saying as we were going through the revised budget process, we originally had a quadruple whammy for teachers and staff with the loss of their compensation, step, COLA, class size increase, and furlough. We restored the furlough, so it's still a triple whammy. I am fully supportive of doing some, dives into efficiency, looking at our software use. I think I would like to see that happen over the course of the school year, working with TCI and, working collaboratively together in ways, to improve what we do and make our software and technology use more efficient. But I think at this point in the budget, it's just pulling a tool out of some teachers' hands, and I would like to restore it.
Thank you, Dr. Cannon. I'm just going to go through everyone to see if anyone has comments on this amendment. Mr. Goldstein, do you have any comments on this amendment?
Yeah, I do. Thank you. So I'd like to hear from the superintendent on their views on this. It's my understanding that the staff can figure out a way to cover this without us adding the $24,000 back into the budget. So if that's possible, I'd be interested in hearing that.
So that is a possibility based on some conversations we had a little bit later. We're going to continue to look at ways that we can realign some of the resources that we need to have with sensitivity to some of what Dr. Cannon pointed out. So I think some of it has to do with being in a position to allow for a transition period so that people can continue to access the resources that they presently have. I had an opportunity to have a conversation with Rajas Dusamili, so I'm wondering if he would like to add anything to the conversation.
Good evening. I think I just wanted to follow up with what Ms. Johnson actually has said. We are working and negotiating with the vendor also to make sure that we will be able to extend this software definitely for the next year. And that's in conversations right now. We're working that to be able to observe that with the other software costs without having to pay for this separately. That's where I would leave it at this time, but we're working on it.
Okay, thank you. So I guess what I'm hearing is that staff feels that they can cover this, continue to offer the service, the smart notebook, without us adding the 24,000. I am kind of anxious about continuing to take money from the $5 million contingency that's been set aside for future, revenue fluctuations. We've already, dug into it quite a bit because of the ads that occurred during our proposed budget. So I know this isn't a lot of money, but every little line item is not a lot of money by itself, but the accumulation does cut into this. If we really do need that $5 million revenue contingency, well, we don't have 5 million anymore because of what we've done. So that's my thought on that.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Ms. Van Doren?
Mr. Goldstein answered, got the question asked that I wanted, and on each of these amendments, I just want you to know that I will, and you could just prompt this first. I would like to hear from the superintendent because I believe that staff has been doing work around all of the issues related to our amendments, but my question has been answered with Mr. Utsamili and Ms. Johnson's input. I don't think we need this money at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Van Doren. Ms. O'Grady.
Thank you, Chair Talento. I just want to thank the staff for doing what we asked them to do when we adopted the proposed budget, which was to go back and look for ways that we could make more efficient decisions and to reach out and see what we could do with our vendors. And so I'm very happy to hear that this conversation is going on with the vendor. I don't think this is the only conversation vendors are having right now across school systems across the country. So I'm happy to hear that those conversations are continuing. I do think that this is an important asset for our teachers. I did go back and research it after we had the conversation. I know that there is a free version of the software. However, I believe our teachers are used to using a little bit more robust version. So I'm glad that we're looking at ways to extend it without digging more deeply into the reserve that started out at $5 million, that I think now is around $1.5 million. So please carry on with that so we can hopefully continue to support our teachers and be very fiscally sensitive about the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Grady.
Ms.
Dr.
Talento,
Can-
I think given the clarification, and if I heard correctly, the teachers can be accommodated for no additional cost. Is that basically what was clarified? Is that what we heard?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In which case, I will withdraw the amendment. And I would just say, Mr. Atsumili and Ms. Johnson and Ms. Loft, I really do think going forward, working directly with TCI, on these kinds of changes, so that everyone is informed and that we're ensuring that they have transition time and, the tools that they need in hand. I think that would be, I hope that that's how we proceed from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cannon. And I would just, I'd like to add a thank you to Ms. Johnson and Mr. Adusmili for working through this. This recommended cut was originally $28,000, and they were able to work with the vendors to bring it down to $24,300. And I understand that you're still working with the vendors. I would just ask if something changes in this process where we do, over the course, find that we do have to take that cut with the, recognizing what that would look like. And I know that you will communicate, but I just ask that you find a way to allow teachers to transfer their, a lot of the feedback that we heard from some of our staff was that they have files that they can't transfer, they're on this software that they use for regular lessons. So perhaps if we do have to go in that direction at some point in the future, whether it's next fiscal year or a mid-year revision that we find ourselves in, that maybe we work with the vendor to determine how we can provide those types of lessons to our teachers so that there's a transfer that doesn't force our educators to recreate their work. So just feedback based on the feedback that we received. And thank you again for your work, Ms. Johnson and Mr. Adusmili. And thank you, Dr. Kennan, for withdrawing the motion. We're going to now move to another amendment. Mr. Goldstein, I understand that you have an amendment.
Yes, thank you. I actually have two amendments, and they're both revenue enhancing related. One is to cut a deficit that we've been running, and the other is to do better balancing of payments. So do you have a preference which one I start with?
Why don't you go ahead with the aquatics amendment, Mr. Goldstein?
Okay. All right, I'll do that. So this amendment has to do with a deficit that APS has been running ever since we took over pool operations in 2009. So what I'm proposing is a single pool admission fee structure that accurately recognizes and recovers costs that APS incurs in providing community swim programs. So to be clear, I am not proposing a change in fees that would defray the cost incurred by our own phys ed swim classes. APS will continue to pay those costs as incurred. but we should not be using educational dollars to pay for the 80% of pool operations from non-APS users. So, as I said, we've been running deficits for operations and maintenance at the pools attributed to community swim use of APS-owned pools since we took over the operation in 2009. We've run deficits each year totaling $3.8 million over 10 years. This is the equivalent of paying for 38 teachers. This year, our deficit will be $270,000. Because of the COVID circumstances, we have seen our revenue slashed, which impacts our mission of classroom instruction. And so I want to reduce any diversion of dollars away from classroom instruction. So accordingly, as part of this motion, I'm including a 5% fee increase. And this has been calculated to eliminate our deficit. The impact on the school user will be, the impact on the pool user will be to raise the single swim adult fee by 30 cents and the single swim fee for youth under 18 by 15 cents, from $2.40 to $2.55. And the impact on the APS budget will be to reduce the deficit that we incur at a time when we need to do so the most. So for this to work, all the pool users need to pay APS for O&M costs based on the same fee scale. And for this first year, that's capped at no higher than the fees that we used in fiscal 19. And it's important to act now so that APS has data about users and costs and to be able to fine tune admission fees when the Longbridge pool opens. And the fee structure proposing will continue to provide the same discounts that are in place now that are based on age and income and membership categories. And the admission fee change will provide a surplus of funds to APS for pool operations. We're not going to make a profit on this. I just want to point out that the Aquatics Committee is a joint committee of the school board and the county board, and the Aquatics Committee has recommended this change. So on to the motion. In order to address APS's longstanding deficit for operation and maintenance costs at APS-owned aquatic facilities, I move that the school board direct the interim superintendent to, 1, establish user fees to recover O&M costs for all community use of APS pools. 2, to apply one scale to set user fees for all community swimmers. 3, to increase user fees by 5% for fiscal 21. And 4, to continue to discount and reduce user fees according to current practice. And I should note that I believe that there are staff standing by to answer any more detailed questions that I likely could not answer. So thank you for letting me introduce that amendment.
Is there a second? Second the motion.
I second.
Okay.
Barbara, second.
Thank you. So I'd like to open up to comments. Dr. Cannonen, we'll start with you. Do you have any comments on Mr. Goldstein's amendment on the aquatics fees?
Okay. Yeah, so I support the idea definitely of certainly covering our costs for our pools. Absolutely. I do want to make sure that in this amendment, we are not getting too prescriptive with our staff about the ways for them to do that. And I guess I'll ask Ms. Johnson, is this a feasible plan to, if we're looking to recover our costs or cover our costs, is this a feasible plan to do so, and or is it too prescriptive for practical purposes?
Well, I actually do have the staff members that have that expertise here. So John Chadwick and Helena Machado are here, and so I'm going to have them follow up.
So I'm going to answer the question first. And I would say that no, it is not too prescriptive. And it does give us the what we need to be able to recover the costs.
Okay. Thank you.
Do you have any other comments or questions on Mr. Goldstein's amendment, Dr. Cannon?
No, I mean, those would have been my concerns. And, you know, it sounds like staff are comfortable. And again, you know, covering the costs for our pools is something we need to do. We're in a tight budget. This can't be where we're losing money.
Okay.
So I'll be supporting the amendment.
Okay, Ms. Van Doren?
Thank you. I think this is much more complicated than is being led in this presentation, either by Mr. Goldstein or the staff. There are a variety of different uses of the pool, some of which are funded through the community fund, the community dollars that the county gives us, community activities fund. And if I am incorrect in anything I'm saying, I would welcome staff correcting me. So the county transfers money to us through the Community Activities Fund for all of the costs related and attributed to them for joint use. And the pools are one of our joint uses. So there is an amount of money that covers that and the other joint use activities. So again, please correct me if I'm wrong.
Ms. Van Dorn, the pools do not come from that fund. There is a separate transfer for the pools. So the pools are not joint use facilities in the sense that Jefferson and Drew and the other three are.
But the county does transfer funds to us for what is considered their proportion of the pool use.
Correct.
Okay. Have they been consulted about this increase in fees, and do they support it?
They have not been consulted in detail. They are aware of it.
Okay. So the county does provide us with funds for things like the swim classes and things that they program and they use. And as Mr. Goldstein said, this is outside of what we do actually in the schools, but they transfer some funds for that purpose of the upkeep and maintenance related to that, correct?
They pay us some funds for the community use of our pools.
Right. Okay. So I'm concerned at a period of time when people's incomes are very uncertain that we make a very prescriptive decision to increase our fees. And I think it's going to be complicated in terms of how we collect those fees because people are going to have to pay as they walk in. I swim in the pools. I know I have to do that every time I swim. And I think it's going to get very complicated, more so when we increase it in this way. So I just don't think it's the right time. And what I would prefer to do is, first of all, consult the county. I know that we have been trying to work with them, but I would like to do that. And rather than passing a motion to direct the superintendent to do this very prescriptive set of steps, my preference would be to ask that our staff talk with the county, come up with an appropriate amount of money, and certainly a way to scale it so that it fits people's incomes, and perhaps even embed this facilities and operations costs maybe in some of the user fees that they already charge, because all of those I think are paid by electronically, so there wouldn't have to actually be cash or changing hands. I would love for that just to be sort of a surcharge on their charges. So I'm not supportive of this because I think it's because of our frustration in not being able to work this out with the county. We're forcing a solution, and I'm just not comfortable with that. I think we can do better without being so prescriptive to staff, or right now foisting an increase in fees when so many people have uncertain economic futures. So I won't be supporting this amendment. I would support a request to our staff to please work with the county over the next several months and bring back to us in the fall a way that we could consider recouping these costs. I do support doing that, just not this direction.
Thank you, Ms. Van Dorn. Ms. O'Grady?
Thank you, Chair Talento. I would like to have a better understanding of how this might impact a family who is engaging with the Department of Parks and Rec to have a swimming class for their APS student or child through the Department of Parks and Rec.
If I may answer that question. The citizens who sign up for a class for their children would pay the regular fee to the county in the way that they do, electronically or otherwise. They would also take a membership or pay for entry to the pool. That also can be done electronically and online.
And
so there would be a fee for use of the pool, and then there would be a fee for the services that the county is providing.
And do we have an understanding of the proposed cost, additional cost?
We do. Now, we don't have the exact costs, but we have done some comparisons. And so, for example, the fees would be about $2.50 for a youth 5 to 17. And in Alexandria, that fee is $5. In Fairfax, that fee is $6.50. For an adult, the fee is $6. In Alexandria, it's $8. And in Fairfax, it's $10. So we're looking here to increase the fees by a relatively small amount in a way that is still quite a bit less in most cases than our adjacent communities.
So Mr. Chadwick, in the adjacent communities, if a family wants to engage in a Department of Parks and Rec class, they pay the membership fee, or do they pay the class fee and the membership fee, or how does that work for every class?
I don't know for sure. Ms. Machado may want to cut in, but I believe they pay one fee.
John, thank you. Good evening. Indeed, because the other surrounding jurisdictions have a unified service where the Parks and Recreation manages the pools as well as manages the class program, so that they are able to structure a fee that includes a cost recovery for O&M, which we can't do because we have two separate entities managing the two separate programs that exist. So that's why you have one fee on one and two in Arlington. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Machado. I appreciate that information. So if you were going to take classes in Alexandria or Fairfax, these additional rates that we're talking about in membership, that is not an extra requirement. You pay for the class, and that is incorporated into the fee per class. When my kids were growing up, we took advantage of the Mommy and Me swim time and those classes. And so we would pay one fee, and then we would come in to the pool and walk in and take the class and then leave immediately after the class because we had because there was another class coming behind us. And so under this scenario, parents could expect to pay, let's say, I don't know, I looked at some of the fees. Maybe Ms. Machado could help me understand what the general payment is to take the class, any of the classes. It's like
right. So there is a significant difference in the cost of the single class between what Alexandria or Fairfax would charge and what Arlington charges. So the same way that our admission fees are lower than the other jurisdictions, so are the Parks and Recreation class structure, class fees for the classes. And it's because there is no surcharge, if you will, for O&Ms built into the Arlington Parks and Rec fees. So they are only recovering direct costs. whereas Arlington Public Schools then recovers the cost of having the pool open for all pool users, creating a situation where our drop-in swimmers, non-class participants, are paying directly to APS the costs of funding the operating and maintenance costs.
Thank you. And so what you're saying is if a student comes in for a free swim or whatever, then they would pay this cost. And what we're looking at under this proposal is increasing that cost by 5%. What I'm understanding here, though, is if you pay the, I don't know, $70 or $80 to take the series of swim classes. In addition to that, let's say it's $80. Now we'd have to, in addition to that, pay $2.50 each time you'd come in. So if that's 10 classes, you'd wind up paying $25 more on top of what you just paid the Department of Parks and Rec to take that class. And in Fairfax or Alexandria, those costs are combined. And so the user is not paying separate fees at separate times through separate entities. And that could potentially cause some confusion for our families who want to swim or anyone else who's taking a class through the Department of Parks and Rec, creating not only the charge when they sign up, but also an additional charge through us. I think it's important for us to be able to take a much closer look at that. And I do think it's important, and I appreciate the Aquatics Committee for bringing this issue to the fore. I also think it's very important that in these times that we collaborate with the county. And so I would prefer for us to be able to have additional consultation with the county to see if this is something that we want to do and charge more for our pools, which I think is to cover our costs, which I think we should do. I think it would be more helpful if we were able to collaborate with the county to incorporate that into one fee, because I do think that it will cause confusion for our families who are interested in coming into the pool to take those learn to swim classes, and learning to swim is very important. I know that we offer the opportunity for third graders and fourth graders to come in. I have chaperoned those once when I was a parent of a third grader. And that's really, I think, for many people, the opportunity for their children to learn how to not drown. And for a child who's interested in taking advantage of those opportunities beyond that because they fell in love with that, I want to give them the opportunity to do that without two separate situations for how we're going to ask them to pay. I think that's confusing, and I think we can be more collaborative with that. So I do think it's very important for us to figure out how to cover the cost. I just would prefer that we work with the county to figure out how to do it in one fee. And so I would prefer for us to, and I could support a motion for us to have a conversation with the county to come up with a way to do that, and and to have a consultation and information back in a more official way, so we can decide whether or not, in the end, this is our only alternative. And so if we could get to that, that's something I think I could support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Grady. Ms. Van Dorn, I understand you have a question?
Yes, when Ms. Machado stated that the families and do not contribute to the facilities and maintenance costs of the pools, I want to reiterate that in the swim programs in the evenings for all students, children who are learning, I took all of my kids in the early swim classes, and I swim as an adult there. I pay a fee to swim, but the county, through its transfer of funds to us, pays for those overhead costs. So it's not that it's built into those fees, it's really the county transfer. And what we're really talking about here is an issue we have with the county, and the fact that we have asked them to increase that transfer and they have been unwilling to do that. That is an issue we as a board have with the county board. And that's where the discussion should be had, rather than laying this on the individual wallets of our citizens and asking them to pay one fee to the county and one fee to us. I think it's going to upset them, and I think it's a really bad time to be doing that. But I want to make it clear that we do get money from the county rather than from those individual taxpayers and swimmers. We get money from the county to maintain and operate the pools. So comes from them already in one payment. And the best thing would be to work this out with the county between our board and their board rather than involving the citizen. I just think that's the wrong road to go down. We need to do that work.
Thank you, Ms. Van Doren. Mr. Chadwick or Ms. Machado, do you have any comment to what Ms. Van Doren just shared or response? Can you verify or clarify if that is correct?
I would like to add that the county does transfer funds, but they don't cover all of our operating and maintenance costs for that 80%. And that the argument of the Aquatics Committee is that their membership, which uses the pool for swim and for recreation, is paying an unfair amount in relation to other users of the pool who are not paying to cover the costs, all the costs.
Hey, Tanya.
Yes.
So I want to be able to respond to the comments and questions that my colleagues have raised. So in defense of my amendment. So you may have comments or questions. So if you want to do that, and then can you come back to me and I'll make some more remarks.
I don't have any comments or questions at this time. I'm still processing the conversation. So if you want to move forward with your discussion.
Okay, thanks. So I wrote down some of these comments, and so in response to some of them, I think it was Nancy who started out saying that we should consult with the county. We have been consulting with the county for years. Staffs have been working, county staff, our staff have been working together on aquatics program issues, including funding for years, and we are still running deficits. By the way, Dwayne, can you pull up slide 16, please? We have been running deficits for the last 10 years. We are continuing to run deficits. The column on the far right in red shows the community swim cost that we pay every year from our budget. The county, as you can see in the center, that column of zeros, that's the amount that DPR charged their class participants for the operations and maintenance fees that we incur. So that was zero for 10 years, and this current fiscal year, they charged $130,000. They charged those users an O&M fee. That's exactly what we would be doing. The problem is they didn't charge the users enough of an O&M fee to cover our operations and maintenance. Our operations and maintenance costs, operations and maintenance is pool water that's heated, that's sanitized. The HVAC provides, air at the right temperature. The locker room facilities, soap, toilet paper, cleaning, hot water for showers. That's available to every user. Every user uses that. We need to be doing that. All of those things have to be provided. County has not been subsidizing that sufficiently for their DPR users. And consequently, we have that red number for the last 10, actually 11 years on the far right. This amendment is not combining or addressing aquatics programs, whether people get to stay in the pool after free swim or building it into the class tuition, or I'm only addressing the deficit. All I want to do is stop running a deficit. There's plenty more discussions that staff, our staff and the county staff can and should be having about fine-tuning total aquatic operations. This amendment only addresses the deficit. In response to what Monique said, Arlington County does build O&M costs into class tuition. Just this year, for the first time, and just not enough. And I think it was somebody who said the best thing to do is work it out with the county. Yes, the best thing to do is work it out with the county. It's been going on for years. It has not borne fruit. I certainly hope that they will continue to talk, but do so from a different fee position. I think that's all my response to my colleagues' comments.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. I have one question. Is this recommendation, this amendment, supported by our staff at this time? Do they believe that this is the way to move forward, considering all the discussions, or do we believe that we can continue discussions and find a way to alleviate this issue?
We in general support Mr. Goldstein's motion.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, colleagues, before I ask Ms. Elliott to do roll call?
I do. It's Nancy again.
Ms. Van Doren?
I think this is insensitive to the users. I don't put recouping that money, which was already given to us by our taxpayers, on the heads of the individual people who are coming to swim. I think I am 100% supportive of going to the county and having our staff work with the county and work out this problem. I just don't think we've done our job on this, and I do not think we should pass this problem on to the individual swimmers. I think it's easier to do this than have those conversations, and I think the problem's just going to get bigger. So I've said it. I think it's the wrong time to do it, and I hope that we don't do this to our swimmers. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Ms. O'Grady?
Thank you. I would like to know if this motion proceeds forward, what is the next step, and how is this implemented, and what should our community members expect to see? Or have we thought that out that far?
We will make a clear fee proposal for what the changes would be that would be required under this amendment to recover the operating and maintenance costs that are not currently recovered.
A follow-up question on that also. As Mr. Goldstein mentioned, the county did attempt to address the concern from the Aquatics Committee and add in an additional $130,000 in the 2020 fees. Under this proposal, do we still anticipate receiving that $130,000 from the county?
I don't think the proposal actually makes it clear on that, but we would, if we charge the fees another way by charging as I suggested earlier, where we charge a separate fee to users of the pool in addition to the fee they would pay to the county, then we would not expect to receive that $130,000. Okay. So the increase that they put on their fees last year to create that funding for that $130,000 would be removed from their fees, we anticipate.
And when do we expect to see our swimmers back in the pools for classes? Because it seems to me that really the majority of the funding that is going to be generated from this proposal is actually additional funding from people who participate in the Department of Parks and Rec classes. And with only a 5% increase on the fees that we currently charge, a very small amount of that will be coming, of that funding will be coming actually from the folks who use the pool outside of DPR. So can you explain a little bit of what we anticipate seeing?
Clearly at this point, we do not know when the pools will be able to be used again. We're waiting for guidance from the governor in Virginia as to when that might be. And we are also quite concerned that our revenue may decline due to social distancing and not being able to have the same number of people in the pools. So the current situation makes this much more difficult to predict what the outcome will be, at least the first year, and at least until we return to normal use of the pools.
Okay, so we don't, I think, are we going to have, is DPR coming into or offering summer swim classes right now? Can people sign up for those summer swim classes?
They are not, they're not offering those classes during the summer. But we are collaborating with Parks and Recreation, and we are hoping we will try to open the swimming pools at the same time they open the community centers, if that is possible.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to be voting no on the motion as proposed, only because I think it would be helpful for us to be able to take a broader look at this, see if we can work with the county to make this easier for our families to be able to, yes, cover our costs, but do it in a way that's easier to do so. And I think it would be helpful to have this conversation also in a broader way with even our new superintendent. I think we have to look at a lot of different things, and I do think I support the idea of increasing the cost. I think that it's fair to do so. I don't feel that this is the best way by offering a separate fee. And so I would like to, before we wind up having to do that, to make sure that there's not a way for us to make this easier for our families, many of whom will be APS families, I believe, who take those classes. So I think I wish we could go about this a different way, and because we cannot go about it a different way, I can't support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grady. Mr. Goldstein, you said you had another comment?
Yeah, just following up on the couple of recent comments. Nancy says it's not fair to pass these costs on to swimmers. These costs will be passed on to swimmers. Whether the county does it or we do it, it will be passed on to swimmers. The $130,000 came from the users, the swimmers. It's not enough. That's why we still have deficits. To reduce the deficits, we have to collect more money. If we could convince the county to do that, they would pass those costs on to the swimmers. We've not been successful in convincing the county to do that. I agree with Monique, we should work with the county, but we've been working with the county for years. And until we get it worked out, we still run deficits. And running deficits means we take money from the classroom and we use it to support DPR swimmers. I don't want to do that anymore. Last thing is the 5% that fee increase that I suggested, and I suggested 5% because staff has already figured out that we only needed 5% fee increase in order to eliminate the deficit.
Dr. Kennan, do you have any final comments?
Yes, I do have a question actually. If the county does change their approach and actually covers those costs, would that work rather than the fees? So like, for example, if we pass this motion and it works out and the county covers the costs, can we do it that way? That still works, right?
We can do it that way. What we would like to do at the same time is negotiate a real data so that we know exactly how many people are using our pools, and we don't have a complete handle on that now since we're not the ones who are selling or providing the program services to citizens.
Not sure which way that turned out, but
the answer is yes. It would work. It would work that way. We would like some more data around it, but that's just a request.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Ms. Van Doren, do you have any final comments?
I just want to say that we hire the lifeguards. We hire the attendants at every pool who are the lifeguards. We monitor every person who goes into the pool all day long. I don't understand how we don't have an accounting of how many people are going into our pools. Look, we need to work this out with the county, and our citizens should not be in the middle of it. I'm going to leave it at that. The fact that we don't know this information, it's like having parents fighting and putting the child in the middle. This is silly. I'm done. Let's vote.
Okay. Ms. Elliott, would you please take roll call?
Yes, ma'am. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, say no. Mr. Goldstein,
Aye.
Dr. Cannonen,
Aye.
Ms. O'Grady,
No.
Ms. Talento,
Aye.
and Ms. Van Doren.
Nay.
Motion passes 3-2.
Thank you, Ms. Elliott.
Thank you all.
I understand that there is another amendment. Mr. Goldstein? Mr. Goldstein, are you able to read the amendment, or would you like one of us to read it? You're on mute, Mr. Goldstein.
I'm sorry, didn't realize I was on mute. I don't know what I said before. I'm hoping this will be much more simple than the last one. And this has to do with expanding the brackets that we have in the fee structure for extended day. So the fee schedule for extended day is scaled to income brackets, but only up to an annual income of $88,000. Median income for a family of four in Arlington is almost 40% higher than that. So that means that fees for households whose incomes are $88,000 and below are calculated to support the whole extended day program. By expanding fee brackets for the finite costs of extended day, expanding fee brackets can reduce the payment for those households on the lower end of the income brackets by having higher income households pay a more equitable share. Currently, the Montessori fee structure does that. It has brackets for incomes that go much higher than the extended day bracket structure does. And again, I'm not talking about the fees charged because these are two completely different programs, but only the structure of the brackets. So accordingly, this motion seeks to align the extended day bracket structure with the Montessori bracket structure. However, as Tanya pointed out on Tuesday, proof of family income from W-2 forms may not reflect current income because of the economic impacts of the COVID situation. So instead of taking effect in fiscal 21, this motion seeks to prepare a new structure that would take effect in fiscal 22. So to the motion, I move that the Arlington School Board direct the superintendent to prepare a fee bracket structure aligned to that of Montessori for extended day fees that would take effect in fiscal 22.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Goldstein, would you like to comment on your amendment? Any further than you already have?
No, my little preamble there, I think covers it. Just want to have alignment between what I consider to be an inadequate breadth of brackets for extended day, and would prefer that we align to the same ones that that Montessori has.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Dr. Cannonen, do you have any comments on Mr. Goldstein's amendment?
I think it's a good idea. I think we've asked about this before. Mr. Goldstein's right. The upper income bracket is lower than it needs to be. This is a progressive way of again bringing in a little more revenues to the families who can afford it. It's a good idea. I support it.
Thank you, Dr. Cannon. Ms. Van Doren, do you have any comments on this amendment?
Are we allowed to ask questions?
Yes.
I have a comment, but first I want to ask a question, and it's consistent with what I've asked before. Where is staff on this? Ms. Johnson, what is the staff's position on this amendment, this proposal?
I'm just going to make an initial statement and then I can have Leslie Peterson chime in. But I think from the standpoint of preparing a fee structure that really has us being in a position to review our present fee structure is something that Arlington staff is willing to make the investment in. And that, I believe, is part of the process that we are working on as we speak now. I think the specificity around that, perhaps Leslie can chime in a little bit. Please.
Yes, staff believes that we do need to amend the salary scales. When Mr. Goldstein brought this up, we had a conversation about it, and while the amendment isn't prescriptive, it does allow us some leeway with aligning to the Montessori scale, but maybe not necessarily completely replicating it. We do believe that we can bring forward, with some time and attention to this, a scale that will then show the burden not being so much on the lower end of the scale and providing some respite there.
Does this motion require that new scale to come back to us for approval, or does it just go into effect?
All of the fee scales come to the school board for their approval in the budget process. We include all of the fees for the coming year in the budget document, and they are part and parcel of what the school board adopts. So we would bring this forward to the school board. We could certainly bring it at a different time than during the budget process. We could bring it earlier and then have it approved and be included in the budget. Obviously, we'd like to have some time to have some community engagement on it. So in the fall, hopefully when we can get back together and have community engagement in the way that we would like to have it.
But the actual increase requires board action.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Let me just add, and then I don't have to come back, Tanya. I again just am very nervous about any kind of fee increases in our current environment, and I am somewhat heartened by the fact that we're not just giving carte blanche to raise fees, that it would have to come back to the board for approval. I'm very worried about the economic future, near-term economic future in our community. And, extended day fees are critical for many, many families. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Van Doren. Ms. O'Grady?
Thank you, Chair Talento. Ms. Peterson, I believe at the work session, I asked you whether or not any of the increase in fees could be used for something outside of extended day, and you mentioned that you'd have to check with legal counsel on that. So if we were to increase the fees, would that go back into the system, or would those fees be used somewhere else?
The fees could not be used somewhere else. The school board's own policy dictates that that cannot happen after going back and researching and conferring with counsel. What we would do, I think, and Mr. Goldstein, you can correct me, obviously, if I'm wrong, but I believe the intent is to have those at the higher income pay more so that those at the lower end of the scale could pay a little bit less and reduce the burden on those in the lower part of the income scale. Mr. Goldstein, did I represent that correctly?
Yeah, you did. Thank you. I mean, it's it's more equitable doing it that way. I do want to point out that currently the extended day income brackets, there are 12 of them that range from, I don't know what the very lowest is, but ranges up to 88,000. And the Montessori income brackets, there are 23 of those that range from, again, somewhere, I don't know what the lowest is, but go quite a bit higher than we have for extended day. So by expanding the number of income brackets that we're using to collect the finite costs of extended day, which is, I guess, projected to be about $13 million, it just turns into a more equitable situation. People with a higher income pay something that they're capable of paying, and the lower income, are not burdened with paying the whole $13 million, from 88,000 down. I appreciate the sensitivity to the fee increases, but even if there are there are always, I guess, increases in the costs of extended day, but it's going to be more equitable to stretch it out across many more income brackets than only 12.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson, for answering that for me. And I think the last question I have is, I think there was a budget question about this, and I think there was some sensitivity around how far those brackets might go. If that could be discussed and explained, that would be helpful. And in addition to that, I just want to confirm that you mentioned something about, did you say that this might give you an opportunity to look at salary structure as well? Can you just go over that for me, please? Maybe I misunderstood that.
I don't believe I mentioned anything about salary structure.
Okay.
If I did, I meant salary or income from the people who are using the extended day program, not our salary structure.
Oh, okay.
Employees of extended day.
Okay, I must have misunderstood something you said. I apologize. But is there anything else that we might want to be keeping in mind as we look at expanding the brackets? I think there was a. Go ahead.
We want to be careful about the burden that we place on the higher end. I understand that those who have higher incomes can share more of the burden, but we want to be systematic. We want to be take our due diligence in reviewing income data and developing the appropriate fee scales, because we want to understand what the impact of these changes are, both not only on our revenue, what we're taking in, but the families that those the new scales will affect. As noted, we're going through a different time right now, and this is not something that people have a choice about in most cases. They have to have childcare. So we want to be as thoughtful and as considerate and considered in this as we can. And the possibility might be that we might come back to the board with, a couple of options to say, this is our thinking. These are the things that we considered when we put these scales together. Here are our considerations. This is what we've heard from our community. And here are two options, and these are the pros and cons of the options, or three options, whichever, that we have to put forward, and what it means for revenue and what it means for families.
Thank you so much for that. I just want to thank Mr. Goldstein for bringing this amendment forward. I think there is value in us taking another look at how we are, what our scale is, our extended day charges are and how they impact our community and our families. I also want to thank him for his change of his amendment, taking into account what Ms. Talento said regarding families who may have different income situations because of the pandemic, and giving us an opportunity to be able to allow them to share with us their potential new income situation, so that we are not burdening them with a fee that maybe no longer impacts or reflects their personal income. So I appreciate us looking at this, and thank you for bringing the amendment forward.
Thank you, Ms. O'Grady. Ms. Peterson, I did get a chance to read the answer to the budget question, and I did note policy D-15 where it talks about external funding. So I just want to have a clarification. Is it possible under this amendment for you to bring forward a fee structure that doesn't necessarily increase revenue? I recognize that it might, based because we have to, but I guess what I'm trying to say, it doesn't necessarily increase revenue, but actually may bring down costs for some of our families. I'm curious because I think that it's important to honor that policy and really make sure that we're charging fees that meet the need of our expenditures. Right now, we do meet that, but I was an extended day parent. I had 2 children in extended day. The fees did go up 1 year, specifically for summer, and it was difficult. If it had gone up any longer for me at that time, I would have not been able to afford it based on my budget at the time. So, I think that many people are going to be living in tighter budgets. It would be great if we brought something forward that actually reduced the fees because we're creating a bigger scale. Reduce the fees for some of our lower income families. So I just thought I heard something like that, and I was curious, is that really a possibility?
Well, that's a very good question. There are some parameters within the policy that make it a little bit more difficult than without those parameters. But we have to go through the calculations.
Okay.
One of the things in the policy, as you mentioned, is that nobody should pay more than the cost of the program to that person. So if we had the total cost of the program divided by the number of people using it, then that would be the cost per person of the program. And the idea is that no one should be paying more than that according to policy. So that's something that we'll have to keep in mind as we develop the new scale.
Okay.
But it would be very beneficial to those families on the lower end of the scale for us to be able to reduce that cost a little bit if we can also at the same time maintain that policy statement intact, and that is that we're not charging anyone more than the cost of the program would be to that person in the fees. So it will be a balancing act that we will have to go through, and I think it's one of the reasons that we haven't gone forward with trying to increase the scales. We had a broader scale structure previously, and we brought it back down to the 12 different income brackets that we have now for a different number of different reasons. We just need to go through and update what the median income is, and then look at how we could expand those brackets without violating the policy that's in place.
Okay. And you believe that this amendment provides you enough flexibility where you could expand it, but it doesn't necessarily have to align per se with the length of the stratus of the expansion of the Montessori, the breakdown of the Montessori.
There's wiggle room in there.
Okay.
Obviously, if we can't do it, if we come back and say, well, this is what we tried and this is what it meant, and because the way we try, because of this, it violates policy, then that would be up to the board to decide whether or not they wanted to continue and waive the policy for this particular program, or if they wanted to, in fact, keep the policy in place and go back to the drawing board on the fees and how that income bracket structure should be reconsidered.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Colleagues, are there any other comments on this amendment before I ask Ms. Elliott to do the roll call?
Yeah, Tanya, this is Reed. I have a couple more comments, based on what I've heard. So, I think Leslie really just said it. I'm going to say it in different words. We can't charge more than the costs. This is income in, expenditures out. They have to equalize. So we're not going to charge anybody more than what it costs them to be in the program. I heard a comment, or it was brought up in the discussion previously, as we've been thinking and talking about this, that typically, I think it's in December every year, we get the presentation about summer school, and at that time set the fees because of the administrative necessities of alerting people to summer school, costs, registration, et cetera. And so we set fees for summer school in December. So it was suggested that at that time, instead of a summer school fee board item, it just be a fee board item. And at that time, we could hear from staff about how the progress is on developing extra income brackets for this and what their suggested fees will be. Again, I'm not recommending fees and I'm not recommending fee increases. All I'm doing is recommending an expansion of income brackets. And my third comment responds to what Monique asked about salary increases, compensation increases. If we are in a position to raise compensation for extended day workers next year, having more brackets, more than 12 brackets, will make it easier for us to do so. Otherwise, if we were to give a compensation increase, it would have to be borne by the 12 existing income brackets. If we have more than 12, it's going to be easier for everyone in each of those brackets to pay proportionally a little bit more, if indeed that's necessary as costs go up, because again, we can't charge more than the cost of the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Dr. Hannon, do you have any additional comments?
No, thank you.
Ms. Van Doren, do you have any additional comments?
I just want to confirm again with Ms. Peterson, these fees would not go into effect without action by the board, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Grady, any final comments?
No, thank you, Chair Talento.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Elliott, will you please do the roll call?
Yes, ma'am. All in favor again, please say aye. Any opposed, say no. Mr. Goldstein?
Aye.
Dr. Hannanen?
Aye.
Ms. O'Grady?
Aye.
Ms. Talento?
Aye.
Ms. Van Doren?
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you all for your consideration of my amendment.
Thank you. So those are all the amendments that we have. So I move to adopt the school board's fiscal year 2021 budget as amended in the amount.
Tanya, I have another question before I had another comment I wanted to make before we actually finalize the vote.
Okay, all right. I was going to make the motion and then open to comments. Do you want to do that now?
Oh, okay, never mind. I'm sorry. I thought you were going to call for the vote.
Oh,
I
no, it's
apologize.
okay. It's okay. I just wanted to get us past this point. But thank you, because it's possible that I would have slipped. I don't know. It's a little bit out of routine working in our environment. So I will restate the motion. I move to adopt the school board's fiscal year 2021 budget as amended in the amount of $670,274,629. Is there a second?
Second?
Second from Nancy.
Thank you. Colleagues, I'd like to open up the floor for comments on this motion before I ask for a roll call. I will start with Ms. Van Doren.
Yes, I just wanted to speak to the addition that we made for the administrative assistant for the Chief Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer. I'd like to address this comment to Ms. Johnson. There were things in and out of these amendments, some of which I really liked, some of which I wasn't as comfortable with. And given our continuing economic challenges that I think are going to worsen. And I think we're going to be back working on this budget again before the end of this year. I'm really remiss to add any staff that isn't directly related to classroom teaching. So I would request, this is one board member's request, that every effort be made to realign existing staffing to fulfill the functions required by this administrative assistant. And it would be wonderful if you came back to us and said that for now, we don't actually need to expend that $70,000 this way. I just think it's very bad timing to be adding, particularly central office staff. So I'm not going to make an amendment to amendment to take this out, but I would just hope that given the new economic reality, that we scrub every single additional expense and not take any on board unless we absolutely have to. So I would love to hear you comment on that.
Well, my comment would be we're duly noted. I think one of the things that has been part of the work that the system has done in terms of our fiscal responsibility is to really scrub, to do our due diligence and whether or not we could be more efficient in terms of our use of resources. So I think in that sense, that's definitely something we would want to be able to do. I had shared that what is unique is that when you look at the ELT senior staff allocation of administrative assistance or services, administrative assistance, that is somebody that is typically assigned to each of the individuals that are part of the ELT cabinet. So we want to make sure that our equity person has the ability to have the supports that are needed for him to be able to further the work of equity. So I think we have a responsibility to look at our resources internally and try to ensure that that support is there. And we have done that in the past, but I want to make a note that we all have always had somebody dedicated for each of the assistant superintendents and people sitting on the ELT cabinet.
Thank you. And I'm just going to follow up, Ms. Talento, and say that, colleagues, I'll be leaving the board, but this is classic administrative cost creep. We approved a Chief Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Officer, and if it was going to be a requirement, because of the level that we brought the person in, that there was going to have to be an additional staff person, we should have known that when we added that position. So I really hope that we find a way to reallocate existing resources to cover those functions. So I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Van Doren. Dr. Cannon, do you have any comments on our motion as amended?
Yes, thank you. So kind of just as we did earlier this evening, this is the culmination of a very long process. And we've been talking about the budget, did this huge revision, work sessions, et cetera. And so when we finally get to the end of it, I think, we've talked all these things out so much that, there's really only one thing to do, which is simply to thank those who worked so hard at getting us here. So, Madam Chair, again, just want to thank you for spearheading us through this process. Again, second time tonight that, we're acknowledging your very hard and excellent work. And, thank you to the full board for sticking with this, even as it got hard and obviously much less pleasant. Again, we started this year expecting a generous budget, and we're disappointed at, where revenues are, but a lot of hard work went into this. So thank you to Ms. Johnson, Ms. Peterson, the board, and especially our community and staff who have been really supportive, understanding that, no one asked to be in this position and that tough decisions had to be made. Just to remind everyone, in this budget, we are not just not adding things. We're reducing resources in our schools and classrooms. We're raising class size. We're eliminating FLES. We're reducing exemplary projects. We're delaying field and maintenance projects. And there are a number of other things that we've had to do. These are all changes we're going to notice. And going forward into next year, we have hard work to do, especially if our county revenues do not improve. I hope that we will prioritize staff compensation next year. We have to remember that we fell behind this year. And we also need to get started tomorrow. Maybe we even started tonight, generating new ideas for efficiencies to build into next year's budget. We need to start that right away. All that said, given our situation, I believe this is the best budget we could put together, and I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kennan. Mr. Goldstein? Mr. Goldstein?
Yes, yeah, thank you. I'm having a little trouble finding the right button here. As Nancy said, there's, items in this budget that I like, and there's items in this budget that I don't like. It's probably the understatement of the month or maybe the year to say that this is a very difficult year, and we got another unusual and unprecedented year coming up, for which we today are trying to adopt an unusual and unprecedented budget.
People that want to pee.
The budget, I have some heartburn with, some of the items. However, we need a budget. So I'm going to support it. Unfortunately, this budget does not contain staff compensation increases. Now, it disturbs me greatly that we cannot do this year. And, we all know the unusual environment that's caused that. APS's secret sauce has always been low class size, high quality teachers, and strong student supports. And all of that falls on the shoulders of teachers and staff. Nationwide teacher shortages and the cost of living increases given by surrounding school divisions are negatively impacting our ability to provide a competitive compensation, which is absolutely essential to retaining and recruiting the high quality staff that's responsible for APS's enviable success. So I just wanted to say I am going to be dedicated to making a meaningful compensation increase a top priority for the upcoming year. This is something we have to do. We all recognized before the COVID impact that it was something that we had to do, and now we're just falling farther behind. We have to do this. We have to work on this, and we have to figure out a way to do this in the upcoming year. That said, I want to move on to a thank you to the superintendent and her staff for getting us to where we are today. It was a lot of work that started, of course, last summer with compiling the budget that was originally rolled out in February, and then suddenly and in quick fashion having to adjust to the new greatly reduced revenue environment. And I know they did Herculean work on pulling this together, and we have a budget that is workable. So for that, I thank her and the rest of the staff who did this. And I know it was not easy. So thank you. I think that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. I want to interrupt the comments, and Ms. O'Grady has graciously allowed me to do that, because one thing that I forgot to do after Ms. Peterson's presentation was share what we have received from the community up to this point. So, Ms. Elliott, I know this is out of protocol. You're so good at keeping us, but because we are not doing public comment, I really think it's important to share what we received from the community, and I meant to do that after the initial presentation. So after Ms. Monique's comments, I would make brief comments and then we would vote, and I want to make sure this gets in. And so thank you, Ms. O'Grady, for letting me interrupt. So first, I want to thank the community for all the feedback. We did receive many emails, and since February 27th, we have received close to 300 messages on the fiscal year 2021 budget on various topics. The following summary is as of today at 4:30 p.m. All school board members received an update with even more specifics from our deputy clerk, Ms. Mercado. So I want to thank her for that work, because she's been doing that for us prior to every meeting that discusses the budget. So all of us did have access to all of these emails, but this is really a summary for the community to know what we're hearing, since we expect, had we been able to have public comments, we would have had a lot of speakers here tonight. So I just want to make sure that you all know we saw your emails, heard your messages, and we want to thank you for your advocacy. This has been a very difficult budget for us. So support for exemplary project at Fleet, we received 20 emails since this past Tuesday at 4:30 p.m. Support for the exemplary project from the Arlington Science Focus PTA. It was from their PTA, that was one email. Support for exemplary projects at Glebe. We received 3 emails, but I know that some of the board members received individuals, so if we didn't forward those to Ms. Mercado in time, those would not have been counted, but I know, just so that you know that. Support for exemplary project from the McKinley PTA was 1. Support for all exemplary projects were 3. Support for Mr. Goldstein budget motion was 16. Support for communities and schools 2. Support to equalize class size is 1. Support to delay elementary school moves is 1. Opposed cuts to Smart Notebook are 22. Opposed cuts to Smart Notebook from the Arlington Education Association was 1. Opposed cuts to Crew was 1. Opposed cuts to English learner staff was 1. And Ms. Claudia mentioned that we were still receiving more messages about Smart Notebook that were coming in, but she did put the cutoff in at 4:30. So I just wanted to share that we did receive a lot of advocacy from our community on our budget, and we just want to thank you for paying attention, staying engaged, and sharing with us your thoughts on this very difficult budget year. And so I apologize for the interruption, but Ms. O'Grady, if you could proceed with your comments on the motion as amended.
Yes, thank you, Chair Talento. And I'm glad that you read a little bit about what we heard from our community, because I do have a question regarding one of the issues that was communicated to us as a concern, which is the exemplary project teachers. And I didn't know whether Ms. Johnson could talk about what options principals at elementary schools may have if they would like to be able to continue to support having an exemplary project teacher in their buildings.
So we've had conversations about the exemplary programs and some of the history that has led us to where we are today. And there are elements that vary from location to location. So what we know is that the exemplary project can remain at school locations. It's the staffing that is being reduced, with the possibility of creative planning on the part of schools to be able to meet that need. But I do know that DTL, and Bridget Loft is with us, has also been in conversation with our principals. So I'm going to ask if she could provide some additional information.
Sure. I want to reiterate what Interim Superintendent Johnson just said about exemplary projects. We've got a long history, 20 plus years of exemplary projects and the growth of them in schools. So I would say that the growth of exemplary projects has happened perhaps parallel to the changes in student enrollment, changes in priorities with the county. And so it requires us to really go back and sort of analyze what the impact of these cuts might be, how we can align some of the exemplary projects with our countywide programming, for example. And so to the specific question about whether elementary principals can use staffing to reinstate the cuts that might be made to their exemplary project coordinator, That is feasible. I would say in this particular budget climate, it becomes increasingly difficult. And that's because we have growing enrollment, raised class size, the implementation of the flex positions for which we are grateful are not as many as we need to cover the planning needs. And so the consideration, for example, of using those flex positions to reinstate what would be needed for an exemplary project coordinator would make it really challenging because of the need to cover planning for our elementary teachers. So yes, it's possible. Is it probable? Not particularly likely. So I would say that as a department and working with our principals, we need to go back and really analyze staffing needs.
Okay. Well, that's a little disappointing to me. All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Loft and Ms. Johnson, for that help. I want to say that this has been a very challenging budget time. We are looking at something that we did not think we would be looking at when we first started, and we had to rejigger a budget basically almost from the beginning in a very short period of time. I want to thank the community for sticking with us as we've gone through this process. This is not the budget that we want to have. Does not fall on me that we're in the middle of Teacher Appreciation Week and we are not able to offer our staff and teachers an increase. I want to say that I am grateful to the AEA for understanding that in this situation, if we had to incorporate an increase, then we would be looking potentially even at staff layoffs. So in this very challenged budget time, unfortunately, during this Teacher Appreciation Week, the best we can offer in this budget is that most of our staff will be able to continue to hold on to their jobs. The thing that worries me even more is during our work session, there is concern that things will get worse before they get better. And so I would ask the community to continue to work with us as we, I think over the next year, continue to look at with much more frequency the impact that the economic times will have on our ability to continue to operate in the way that we even are putting forth in this budget today. So this is not the budget that I believe any of us wanted to pass. We understand that this is creating hardships in our staff and our community. We have tried to incorporate a budget that did that with the least amount of pain, but unfortunately we cannot escape the economic times that the pandemic has put upon us. So I will vote for this budget, but it's going to be with a heavy heart because my thoughts of approving a FY21 budget included an increase for all of our staff and even more supports for our diversified and growing student population. So I hope the community will continue to work with us as we have to work as a community through this unprecedented situation. So thank you. Oh, and I also want to thank Ms. Peterson and her staff and the Department of Teaching and Learning and all the people who helped answer so many questions in such a short period of time as we continue to look at refining the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Grady. I do want to just start with thanking our interim superintendent and Ms. Peterson and her staff for the quick turnaround that had to happen with the superintendent's revised budget based on the pandemic. We submitted over 100 budget questions. And I believe as of Tuesday, there were only about 20 unanswered or 30 unanswered because I counted because I was trying to make sure I had all the budget questions. I think it was like 35, but I think they provided like 5 more this week, so maybe we're in the 30 range. And I want to stress to the community that most of those questions came in the last 2 weeks. So the fact that they don't have all of them completed, I am so impressed with what they did complete. And I know that our staff has been working hard to answer those questions. I was looking at last year's budget questions as well and noted that some were dated in June. And so I just share that because I want to provide to the community some clarity that all of our budget questions are not posted yet. That's also a separate process that needs to take place. So you will see budget questions get posted over the next few weeks, and then the ones that aren't answered, I understand that the staff will continue to work on it as they did last year. And Ms. Peterson, I just wanted to confirm that. I don't want to speak for your staff, but I believe that's what we did last year. And so if you could just confirm that for us.
Yes, I was just looking at that myself today, and we will in fact go through and complete answering all of the questions for the school board.
And I just want to commend you and you and the ELT for what you all did, because it was pretty impressive how many questions you were able to answer for us in the very short time frame that we submitted it. So thank you for that. And I think it's important that our community and our board continue to look at those questions, because as was shared in earlier comments, it looks like the budget will be a significant topic of discussion in the coming school year and may even require a mid-year process. I want to acknowledge the request for the exemplary projects. We were able to eliminate the one-day furlough. We were able to do some additional restorations, but we couldn't do all of them. And I know that there were a lot of frustration as well for, why can't we take other cuts? I wish that people could see all the cuts that we do. They are posted online, but that's what you elected us to do, was to do that work. So I don't expect you to study those sheets unless it's something that you choose to do, but there are a lot of cuts, and a lot of the cuts were from central office. And a lot of the baseline reductions were from our central office and their staff and the resources that they use. We did everything we could to not cut back staff, and we're to focus on our main goal of providing core instruction to our students. And it's not where we want to be. It's not our aspiration or ideal. We're in very difficult times. And what is unfortunate is I worry that we'll have to cut more later, that some of the things that we restored, we will not be able to restore, that these things that will come back to the table for discussion to be cut again. So, it is with a difficult and a sadness that I move forward with supporting this budget. As I had mentioned earlier, that I had really hoped to get a salary increase for every single staff person who works in APS, whether they were on a step or not. That was my goal this year, and that's not happening. And I don't know when we're going to be able to do that. But it's something that we'll continue to work on, and I just hope and pray that our economy recovers much faster than what they're predicting. And thank you all again for your community engagement and your advocacy. This has been a very difficult budget. And I want to thank my board for really working through getting us to these motions and this adoption. We've been working very hard as well to communicate with each other, hear our community, and make sure that we could land in a place where we can all move forward with an adoption. So with that, Ms. Elliott, would you please do a roll call?
Yes, ma'am. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, say no. Mr. Goldstein?
Aye.
Dr. Cannonen?
Aye.
Ms. O'Grady?
Aye.
Ms. Talento?
Aye.
Ms. Van Doren?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, Ms. Elliott. We have 2 items left on our agenda. The first is an item that we're bringing forward for info action. As you all know, we had some delays in what we were working on from the pandemic. So we're hoping that we will start to reduce the number of items for info action. We may still have 1 or 2, and then we're hoping that we will be able to move forward with business as usual, where it's a rarity and not something that you will see often. But tonight we do have one. It is the Arlington Tech Summer Construction Contract. And then after this is presented for information. Unless there are questions or follow-up required by the board, we will go ahead and take action. And Ms. Johnson, would you please introduce the item?
Yes, I would like to introduce Mr. John Chadwick to speak to the Arlington Tech Summer 2020 construction project.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I'm forwarding this over to Mr. Chambers, who is going to present this item. Thank you.
Good evening. Nice to be back with you on a Thursday evening, even though it's virtual. Could we have the first slide, please? Arlington Tech expansion, the board's adopted FY 2019-28 budget or capital improvement plan, CIP, included the Arlington Tech expansion for 250 high school seats to be completed by the start of school in September of 2021 for a maximum total projected costs of $18,750,000, bringing the total capacity of Arlington Tech to 600 seats. In the summers of 2017, 2018, and 2019, staff completed projects to accommodate the growing enrollment at Arlington Tech. Construction to prepare Arlington Tech's enrollment for the SY 2020-21 school year will occur this summer. Work is at this point is planned to include renovating a portion of the existing school to add a new science lab and to right-size several existing classrooms, and also installing relocatable classrooms on the existing parking lot. If you recall, we did have a plan to add classrooms to the second floor of the Columbia Pike Branch Library and modify the library to the first floor. But COVID-19 disrupted those plans, and staff recommends proceeding with that construction as soon as reasonable in coordination with pandemic recovery. Next slide. Of the $18.75 million in funding approved in the FY 2019-28 CIP, all but $5 million in bonds have been sold. Of the $13.75 million in bonds already sold, approximately $7.6 million remain to support the project. The proposed budget for the summer 2020 renovations and library renovations is $7.5 million. So as per the chart below, we have it in two packages. Package one is the summer work that we were talking about, the $891,000. And then package two would be the library conversion, which would start later. Next, please. The following recommendations are within the current funding approved by the board, so no change in funding is necessary. We would recommend approving an early release construction work package contract and the contract award in the amount of $891,747 to the Gilbane Building Company, and to approve the project budget as proposed in Exhibit A and authorize staff to encumber the funds as necessary to meet the project schedule.
Thank you, Mr. Chambers. Colleagues, do you have any questions? I will start with Mr. Goldstein.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for the presentation, Jeff. I guess my only question is, what's the urgency that we have to combine info and action into one tonight? You know, why can't we, separate them like we usually do?
Essentially, as you know, when we've done the summer projects, we have a very difficult time getting projects completed and making sure that it's ready for the students when they get there in the fall. We have the opportunity to get started now, which I think is important because of the work that we need to do. And getting started as soon as possible will assure us being ready for the students when they come back in the fall.
And so if we delayed the action until the next meeting, which is the 21st, that would have a negative impact on, you believe, the schedule to get this done in time for the fall?
Yes, essentially with COVID-19, there is products are taking longer to get delivered to sites. We want to get shop drawings started and get the paperwork started from the contractor so we can get materials ordered as quickly as possible, so we do not have delays on procurement.
Okay, thank you very much.
Dr. Cannon, do you have any questions?
Yes, I just want to confirm Exhibit A, and I don't know if you can easily pull it back up. We're approving the start of this project that's listed in Exhibit A, all of which is the, it's not the 2025 project. This is all our building of seats to expand Arlington Tech before the larger project.
That is correct. This is all about Arlington Tech and accommodating the growth in that program and the growth in the building. Yes.
I think we got an email, or maybe I was copied on an email as the BLPC liaison to the Career Center project. They were concerned that we might be presupposing maybe the parking garage or other things, but this is none of what the BLPC is working on for that larger 800-seat project is part of this.
That is correct. The information in that chart literally is all within the building. Package 1 is right-sizing classrooms, as well as a science lab, because they need a second science lab for the number of students that they have. In fact, they would have preferred to have it this past year. And package 2 is with regard to the library conversion, which essentially will handle the growth of the program following next summer.
Thank you. And Ms. Talento, I do think, given, again, unprecedented time, I'm willing to do info action tonight, and I will have a motion when board members have had the chance to finish their questions and comments.
Thank you, Dr. Cannon. Ms. Van Doren, do you have any questions or comments?
I have several, so bear with me. The $891,747 on Exhibit A, page 3, that is the money you need for this summer and this project for Gilbane, correct?
That is correct. That is the Gilbane construction cost.
That's what is pushing this to be an info action item tonight, correct?
That is correct, to get them started.
Do you need the $3.8 million approval tonight?
For the package 2, no.
Okay, why are they paired together?
We wanted to make sure that you knew that we had the funding available for both phases. Essentially, we will be coming back to talk to you about the library. The library work could actually be done during the school year, which would actually make sure that we found a period of time to work with the library with regard to the time that it had to be closed that could be as minimal as possible, and to have the classrooms available for Arlington Tech for the following fall.
Will you need to come back to us with a contract that works on that 3.8 million, or does this give it a blanket approval?
No, we will be coming back with that.
So we're approving the budget for the 3.8 million and the construction actual contract. They're two different items.
Correct.
And that's obviously somehow described in the motion, which I have not yet heard. So I presume that, right? Yes?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. I would, Ms. Talento, I really don't like items that don't come for info action because it doesn't allow citizens to weigh in. And while I understand the need to do this, it should have come differently. And I really would prefer info action to be separated, particularly during this time when we have to do things electronically, and it's more difficult for our citizens to get to us. I'm going to have to think on this till we get to that point. We'll wait and listen to my other colleagues, but I at least understand that on the 3.8 million, they'll have to come back with a contract for that. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Van Dorn. Ms. O'Grady?
I appreciate my colleagues' comments and questions. I have no additional questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any additional questions either. I think the questions that have been asked really clarified a lot of it for me. So thank you for that. So I'll ask Dr. Cannonen since I did not hear, since I only heard one board member share concern about info action. Oh, I heard two actually share concern about info action. I will ask Dr. Cannon to bring a motion forward, and then we will move forward with that. So Dr. Cannon, please provide the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Talento. I move that the board approve an early release construction work package contract award in the amount of $891,747 to Gilbane Building Company, and approve the project budget as proposed in Exhibit A, and authorize staff to encumber funds as necessary to meet the project schedule.
Is there a second?
Second, Reed seconds.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion?
I have a question.
Ms. Van Dorn?
Encumber funds. So does that mean we're giving you permission to spend funds of the 3.8 million?
If I may, I'll answer that one. It means that those funds are placed aside, set aside for that project. We still have to come back to you with a contract award for construction, but the funds are now set aside along with the soft costs that go with them.
But encumber funds means that you can spend them.
Yes, but we still have to come to you to award a contract for construction.
Because it's over $100,000.
Yes.
I just want to know from Ms. Peterson, can any of that $3.8 million be spent using the word encumbered with this motion as is currently stated? Is she there?
Sorry. Yes, they could spend money. If they're encumbering funds, then the funds would be set aside for a specific purpose, and they could proceed with spending money.
Against that 3.8 million?
That would be the project budget, and then they would encumber funds against that, yes.
Okay, so I just want my colleagues, thank you, Ms. Peterson, to understand we are giving a $3.8 million checkbook to our staff right now. And yes, they have to bring the contract back, but this is why we have intro action, and this is why items over $1 million are supposed to come to us. So when it comes back to you, when I'm no longer on the board and money's been spent and we've used the word encumbered, understand why. So let's go. Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay. I'd like some clarity on this. My understanding of authorized staff to encumber funds is necessary to meet the project schedule. I thought encumbered meant to restrict or burden in such a way that free action or movement is difficult. So I thought encumbered funds meant that we set aside funds for Exhibit A, which would be for the library, because the funds for the Gilbane Building Company will be used. So I need some clarity and understanding. The budget is set. The encumbered funds are necessary. Is there an expectation for expenditure besides supplies that may take longer to come in? I need some better clarity on the discussion that was just had.
Essentially what we've done, let me just explain and maybe this will help, is we started out doing the library was the first part of the project that we were doing. And we were working with the county and we worked through that and we did a lot of the design work. In fact, the design work was almost completed. before the COVID-19. In the middle of the process, we realized, or that the school realized, that they needed the science lab. And as part of when we realized that we were going to have difficulty or were concerned with the library being completed and or the project being stopped in the middle of construction, which would have not allowed the library to be used for a longer period of time, we pushed forward with the second floor to resize or rework those classrooms to allow the program to work within the space, along with the relocatables that we're looking at bringing to the site in lieu of the library work. So we basically had to change horses in the midstream. So we actually have had design work done for the library. We have actually are taking it to the completion of the permits, and then we will stop at that point so that the project can proceed when approved by the board with pricing from a contractor to build it in the future.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, questions?
I have a comment. So if you have to do any redesign work and it's $25,000, $50,000, $75,000, anything up to the amount that we can approve, that money can be spent with that encumbered funds, correct, Ms. Peterson?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Talento, you think it can't be, it can be. So if it comes back and money has been spent and there's not the $3.8 million to complete the project, it's because we have allowed that money to be spent now with this motion.
Thank you, Ms. Van Doren. I never stated that it couldn't be. I stated how I understood the definition of encumbered in the motion and asked for clarity. But thank you for that. I understand your point that we are taking a risk in trusting our staff. All right, Ms. Elliott, would you please take roll call?
Yes, ma'am. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, say no. Mr. Goldstein?
Aye.
Dr. Cannonen?
Aye.
Ms. O'Grady?
Aye.
Ms. Talento?
Aye.
Ms. Van Doren?
Nay.
Motion passes 4-1.
Okay, thank you. Our final item tonight is an information item on the Fleet Elementary School additional funding proposal. Ms. Johnson, would you kindly introduce the item for us, or introduce the staff who will be introducing the item?
Yes, I'll have Mr. Chadwick do the introduction, and we'll move right into that item.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Mr. Chambers is going to present this item also.
Good evening again. Could we go to the next page? School board action is needed for two items. Approval of the individual change order that exceeds $100,000 for the installation of a new elevator, and increase the project funding for closeout expenses and to complete critical additional scope items. Next. With regard to the status of the accessibility improvements of which the elevator is part of, on March 12th, 2020, the board increased the funding available by $500,000 for the purposes of implementing several accessibility improvements indicated below on that chart. And you can see that we have provided the handicap spaces in regular spaces this spring, and we will be providing two fully accessible spaces to replace those this summer, and the design phase is underway. We have are working to get new video intercom at the gym, cafeteria entrance, and garage elevators. We have the cost proposal approved and scheduling the work based on the contractor's availability. They were slowed down due to their state, the state shut down their ability to work for COVID-19. More inclusive playground equipment intending for the summer of 2020. We do have some preliminary cost proposals received, and we need to get stakeholder input prior to proceeding with that. And the new elevator from the parking garage to the fleet main entrance, we're intending to start this spring. We do have the design phase underway, and we do have the pricing for the elevator, which is what we're asking for, the $137,500. So we're asking to proceed with the installation of the new elevator, and the board must approve this change order for $137,500, and the cost is within what the staff had estimated when we requested the additional $500,000 in funding. Next, please. Unrelated to the accessibility improvements, there's additional project funding being required to resolve pending construction changes and to complete critical additional scope to improve instruction, operations, maintenance, and safety. We are proposing to increase project funding to $60,450,445 using $700,000 from the capital reserve. As indicated in the chart below with the approved funding and what we're proposing for the funding. I did want to mention here that a lot of the items that we're looking for are generally covered in a lot of projects by our contingencies, but because of the escalation in this project and these projects that were done, including the heights and this building, that we've experienced. This project, we haven't asked for additional funding. As we get into closeout and occupying the building, issues and concerns arose like they normally do when you open a new building, and in trying to address those and do the final change orders with the contractor, we were short on funds for the project. I also want to say the escalation also increased some of the costs that we had in the joint fund that was jointly funded with the county. So we are talking with our partners at the county, and depending on how much they can adjust their share, we're hopeful to refund the capital reserve some or all of the funds that we're requesting here. Next slide, please. We are recommending to approve the individual change order of $137,500 to Whiting Turner Contracting Company for the installation of the new elevator, which was approved, which was under the funding for the handicapped accessibility, to approve transfer of $700,000 from the capital reserve to the project, and approve the revised project funding totaling $60,450,445.
Thank you, Mr. Chambers. Colleagues, I'm going to open it up to questions. Mr. Goldstein, do you have any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Dr. Kennanen, do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
Ms. Van Doren, do you have any questions?
I'm concerned that we're not getting a breakout of the $700,000 items.
Mr. Chambers and Mr. Chadwick, before we act on this next board meeting, can you all bring a breakdown of the $700,000 for the items?
Of course.
Yes, we can do that.
Of course we will.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we know what the items are. Some of them were value engineering items that were taken out of the project that are determined to be needed. So we'll make sure we get that information to you.
Okay.
And this is money that is above and beyond the additional funds that we provided to meet the disability needs, right?
That is correct.
In it, the additional project items
That is correct.
that have to do with getting the solar panels up and running and the well, anyway, you're going to show us next week, right?
That is correct. Yes.
Yeah,
Yes, we
I would,
know what the items are, and we're happy to share that with you.
I would strongly urge us to take a look at that to determine if during these times that $700,000 being taken out of the reserves is what we want to be doing with our funds. Thanks,
Correct.
but I need the list to
That's
know.
fine. Yes, about
'Cause
half of it is pending change orders with the contractor that were to complete the project.
And my recollection of seeing the original version of this, there were multiple levels of high priority, medium priority,
That's correct.
good to do, but could be put off. Correct?
Correct.
Yes. Okay.
We
Thanks.
will share. Yep.
Ms. O'Grady?
Thank you, Chair Talento. I have two questions, Mr. Chambers. The first one is, can you articulate what some of the critical additional scope to improve instruction items might be? Just
Something like the outdoor classroom. The fourth floor pavers, which actually is another outdoor classroom that we're hoping to use. Additional corridor lighting. We did some cost savings with regard to the ceilings, which modified the lighting. So some of the learning areas in the corridor are very dark, and staff, faculty and staff believe that it should be brightened up. There's some additional furniture that's been requested. And I think those are the main items that we were looking at with regard to educational.
Thank you so much. I just want the community members who I know have been very interested in
Sure.
this topic to have an understanding of what we're talking about.
The other was acoustical treatments.
Yeah, I was wondering if it would be the acoustical treatments. I heard that that was a concern as well. So I just want them to understand what some of the other work might be. And then my second question is, it says that there's a new elevator from parking garage to fleet main entrance, and the design phase is underway with an estimated completion date basically a year from now. Is that correct?
No, we intend to have that done by the summer or fall.
Okay, so that's just a typo there? Where it says on page
I'll have
3?
to go back and look at the.
It's on slide 3, Mr. Chambers. I think Dwayne just pulled it up on the screen if you want to look on the screen.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Dwayne.
Yeah, spring of 2021. I think that's worst case scenario, but we intend to have it in there before then.
Okay, because I just recall when I was a citizen serving on the fleet BLPC, and we talked about having the 2 elevators.
I think that should be fall of 2021. Or fall of 2020 is what that should be.
Okay, fall of, so I was wondering, we think that this could be back in place by the time students re-enter the building for another year of learning? Possibly.
Or September,
Ish.
we're in the process. The shaft is there. We actually have shop drawings on it because it was a change order to delete it. So that's why we're able to move quickly on it.
Okay, that's what I recalled, and that's what I thought, because I remember when we had to vote to eliminate it when you value engineered, when the team had to value engineer it out, and I can recall asking about, the case that was made during the BLPC for the need for it. And so I think I recalled a conversation where it said, if we need it, we can put it back in. It's all there. We just have to put the kind of the guts in it. So it can be quicker than what is maybe not correct here, spring 2021.
Yeah, I think it would be before that. It must be a typo.
Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
Thank you, Mr. Grady. I just have a clarifying question. I'm tired, so maybe you shared it and I missed it. It was in line with Ms. Van Doren's questions on the $700,000 request with a detail. I do remember getting some information a few weeks ago in one of our Friday letters, the tiered request of money that we had already approved for the accessibility issues, change orders that needed to be done. And can you just remind me, is what's in that $700,000 the things that need to be done? I know there was a small list of things that we would like to do. Is that included in that $700,000 request in this presentation, or is it not?
Yes, the main things that we had asked for to be, we believed were important, based on accessibility, instruction, safety, and maintenance.
Okay.
Those items are the ones we included in the 700,000.
So I think
The other items we are not including.
Thank you, Mr. Chambers. I think what would be helpful for us, Mr. Chadwick, Mr. Chambers, for the item that comes for action May 21st, is if you could just provide that detail so that community can see what we are going to be able to do if this funding is approved and what we won't be doing, because for the reasons that you have shared, because
No, and we can show you what our opinion is with regard to the category of safety and instruction, safety and maintenance, accessibility and instruction, what we believe it covers, that the concern is.
That would be really helpful, especially with this particular project where we know that the community's been asking for a lot of these things. So with that, then I will ask that this come back to us for action, not on consent, as we'll be getting additional information. And colleagues, are there any final questions or comments on this item before I close it out? Okay, excellent. So again, thank you both for the presentation. Thank you. While Mr. Chadwick, you were the first to present. I'm sorry that you are still the last to present this evening alongside Mr. Chambers. Thank you both for being here with us toward the end of the meeting. And again,
glad to be back.
Yes, we're at a typical meeting times. It's starting to feel a little bit back to normal. So again, this will come back to the board for action at our May 21st meeting. And colleagues, we are now in new business. Board members, is there any new business? Hearing none, this meeting is adjourned. I hope everyone has a great night.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Dwayne. Thank you, Sharon.